Okay, hello, testing. All right. I think my sound is working properly now. Welcome in. How are you doing, Meadow? Hey, oh, how are you? I'm so glad y'all are here this early. It is early, okay? Speaking of speaking of early, I was like just running around trying to make sure I had everything. Um I have my water. I do not have my coffee or my tea prepared, so we might need to take a tea break or something like that in between. Um, let me turn, yeah, let me turn down this game music. Y'all shouldn't be able to hear it. Maybe you will. I think you will be able to hear it. Let me go ahead and turn that down just to make sure we can talk freely without all of the music drama. Okay, so there we go. There we go. All right. How are y'all doing today? How are things? I'm going to have to look down a little bit because, when you play Genshin, it decides to, break things up a bit. When you have it on one screen and then you have another screen and you click over, then it decides to, mess up a little bit. But, we good, we good. So, okay, let's see. Let me make sure we got everybody set on this. All right, so y'all are sleepy, but all right. Sleepy, but good. Thank you so much, Meadow. So I had story. I had my nails, they were long. They were kind of the stiletto style, like the thumbs here. But then I was on stream and I'm like, ooh, let me play this game. I think I was playing Genshin. And I was trying to click the buttons, and I couldn't, I really couldn't do it. So I had to chop them off and I chopped them off on stream, filed them down. Um, and so they've been looking like this for the past week or so. Um, but let me introduce myself for those of you who are here that are new. And if it's just a few of us here so far, that's fine too, because I don't know how y'all people in the morning, but yeah. Anywho, let's start with the introduction. Hi, my name is MJ. I am a variety streamer and also a therapist, and I like to bring those two things together to be able to talk about things here that we don't normally get to talk about in these gaming spaces. I mean, don't get me wrong, we talk about mental health a lot in these gaming spaces, but often it is in the context of obviously our experiences, but I thought it would be helpful to kind of have like a professional viewpoint and also provide resources. And so if you're new here, exclamation point find a therapist, that should work. And that will just give you a link to a couple of different resources for therapy. We also have on my website, I think my website is more updated. It's heymjheart.com. And there is a mental health, resources section. And it has like a list of different phone numbers and different therapy resources for people. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much, friend. That is the link. Those are the two links that you can try if you are looking for a therapist. And so, yeah, I just like that we're able to come and talk about these things here. We last this past Tuesday, we've been starting Baldur's Gate, and it's been the beginning of this journey for Baldur's Gate, and I'm super excited about it because I was trying to come from like a mental health perspective, but I'm like, dude, this game is so deep and so complicated. I'm like, my brain is functioning in one plane, and it's hard to go deep into the characters when I'm like, oh my gosh, did that just happen? Did I just get attacked by this brain that's just sitting on the ground laying? Like, so give me a moment. I am still processing some of the stuff, and so I will be writing, different reviews, different thoughts that came up, more reflection type stuff from the first session. by the end of the week. So you can check that out in Discord. So you said I have 100% done the same thing with my nails to be able to use the Switch. Yes. Okay, if I was on the Switch, I would have to cut these too. Yes, because those buttons are so tiny that you need to like be precise with the like tip of your finger. And yeah, the nails would get in the way. Love the concept for your stream. Thank you so much, Meadow. I'm so glad um, that I have this opportunity to do this because honestly, you know, life be life in, okay? Life be life in and things happen and it's a lot to hold. And honestly, another reason why I decided to like offer this space is for us to be able to talk about like I said, talk about the deeper things. Um and not necessarily as a replacement for therapy or anything, but more of like a supplement. Like you go to therapy and or you are on the wait list for therapy because y'all know those therapy wait lists be long. And so you are like, you know, getting ready for therapy or in therapy. And as we're like talking about some of these concepts, hopefully they will feel familiar to you as we talk about boundaries, as we talk about, you know, anxiety, how to deal with imposter syndrome, all of these different things. Hopefully that will be helpful to you in your, you know, in your journey, in your mental health journey. So as we're, you know, playing Call of Duty every now and then, we actually did that. We actually talked about how to maintain our mental health while playing games like Call of Duty. And one of the tips that I had was to keep the comms off. You know, I know people say, "Oh, you need to have thick skin." Hey, Cam, welcome in. You know, you need to have thick skin if you're gonna play a game like that. And you know, sure. However, because I know how I am, I know who I am. I do not like to be disrespected by anyone. Anyone. And so, because of that, and because I can control my environment, at least to, you know, a certain degree when it comes to comms, um, why not? Why not protect myself in that way? And so, we just talk about certain things like that. And I think in that stream, it was more about like recognizing, you know, that you can't control other people, you can't control what they do, but like you can have a say over your space and what you do most of the time. Not all of the time, of course, but in, you know, in small things, there is power and there is empowerment in that. So I think that's really, you know, the main theme of what we do here. And I'm super excited for today, y'all, because the Women's Guild Raid Train is coming. So I'm excited. You say he's a creep. Yeah, that was one of the songs we made up while we were playing. And the comm went off for a second, or went on for a second. And this guy was like, "Hey, girl, make me a sandwich." And I'm like, "Make you a sandwich?" I was so upset because I hadn't even said a word. I mean, truly, I made a sound. And he's like, "Oh, hey, girl, make me a sandwich." So I made me and a friend, we made me and Alley Cat, we made up a song. You know, he's a creep, yeah. You will be all good for Game Mistress to bring the raid in 12 minutes. Oh yeah, 12 minutes sounds good. That's cool with me. Time is flying, y'all. It's flying. Yes, I am Alley Cat. Yes, she's our other mod here. Yes, she is amazing. Truly, truly. So we got two mods here. I am Alley Cat and MJ the Octopus, and I love them both so much. Truly. Shout out for MJ the Octopus because yes, we love Allie over here. Because she is going to be doing her 3 year anniversary on the 8th on Monday, and that's so exciting. I'm so excited for it because 3 years is a long time to be streaming. So congratulations to making it to 3 years. Oh, super excited for you. I'll probably talk more about it next time, but don't forget to shout out now and probably later. Um, but yeah, in my goofy voice, gosh, oh gosh. So I I am curious. I really am. I'm curious about morning routines and how y'all feel about them. And before we jump into the game, truly, let me move the chat over just a little bit before we jump in here. So, before we jump into the game, I really want to understand about these morning routines because last night, let me tell you, I started this show and I knew I should have gone to bed. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I should have gone to bed, but I started the show Surviving Paradise. It's on Netflix, and it is a like it is a it feels like a perfect combination between Survivor and Big Brother. I I will probably talk more about that later because I was shook at these personalities. I'm like, y'all are tripping. Y'all truly are tripping, but it's a good show. Anyway, I started it at like midnight when I'm like, "Oh, I have to wake up soon." So, you can probably see the tiredness and hear the tiredness in my voice. Um and so yeah, hold on, let me fix this. So, yeah, I was thinking about a lot of people's like morning routines and how you see them on YouTube and stuff. And you're like, oh, it's my morning routine. I wake up, I have a nice cup of, Joe in the morning. I have this, I do that. And it's like, okay, like, that's really cool. That's really cool that you wake up, you get your kids ready, you have breakfast, you um mow the lawn, you do all of these things in the morning, and it's like, wow, that is a lot. And to me, I'm like, how, especially with children, how? And so it made me think about the new year and how people set up new year goals, and I am one of those people. I'm not even gonna knock you. Like, I appreciate new year goals because I'm like, fresh start, not new year new me, but like, new year, let's start fresh. This is a good jump off for whatever habits we want to try. um Golden Kappa, happy train right now, so not clear yet if my delay. Okay. That sounds good. Thank you so much, Meadow. I appreciate it. Um, yes, fresh starts, right? So I was thinking about morning routines, and you know, I was like, okay, how do we make this possible? What should be my routine? Okay, skin routine. I need to eat breakfast. I need to do something regarding that. I need to, set up my like bag for the day, like when I go to sessions and things like that. Um, but then I'm like, what if I go to bed like last night? What if I go to bed at like midnight, one o'clock, and it is, I mean, I can't do that in the morning. How do y'all like? To me, it is more of a like setting yourself up kind of thing, because if I go to bed at any kind of time and then I try to wake up and do the morning routine, I have less willpower. I have so many different so many different things that make it harder to do that thing. And so in the past, I really felt like discouraged about it. I felt like, you know, why can't I get these morning routines on lock? What's wrong? What's going on? And so, yeah, I feel like I'm just curious about y'all. I'm really curious about how you deal with like morning routines, how you deal with, um, and actually, I'll do that later. Um, MJO, I'm watching you mod, okay? Um so in the mornings, I'm like, I need to like set myself up for, good things and positive things. So I'm just thinking about those morning routines and those goals. And like I said, I'll ask more people if they come, if they decide to make it. Hi, Simply Aretha. Welcome in. You say you're good, need coffee. I feel you on that, Cam. I feel you. Good morning. I see you went to TwitchCon. Hey. I hope you're doing well this morning. We're just talking about goals before we jump into the game. What kind of goals, morning routines? I was just asking everybody like what their, how they felt about morning routines and what they feel about like New Year goals. And so yeah, um, I'm one of those people that's like, if I'm gonna do a goal, then I need to make it as easy as possible. And honestly, this is mental health tip. Make it as easy as possible for yourself to get the thing done. If you have a goal, I don't know why we like hard, but we like hard. And so, if it's my goal to wake up at 6:30 and I stay up until midnight till 1, probably not going to be the easiest to get up at 6:30. So, well, that's going to be difficult. So make it easier for yourself. Make it easier for yourself. Um, even Starlight, welcome. You said I personally have three different morning routines: high energy, medium energy, low energy, because you won't have the same energy levels every day, but I still want to feel productive in my own way. I absolutely love that. I appreciate you coming in and just like dropping the stuff because that is so true. And that's such a like that is a really good strategy because it is acknowledging like where you're at versus trying to like force yourself to be at a certain place. And so it's like, how can you give yourself grace but still hold yourself accountable? So giving yourself grace being that like you have different, energy level goals or routines, and holding yourself accountable is like doing those things at those different energy levels. And that's really cool. So thank you for sharing that and welcome in. Um, I let me make sure that I can see the. I got my laptop here because when you click out of Genshin, and we're gonna play Genshin shortly, but when you click out of Genshin, then it decides to just wreck the computer, show all of the details of your whole life. um, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Anyway, Cam, you said mine is just to stay consistent, and it feels easy to try to push myself harder with work and gym and being a nice person. Wait, you said if it feels easy to try. Okay, I get you. That I love that, and I love that you have a gym habit. I see you posting those pictures. It is really cool to see that because like if you're trying to like maintain a good morning routine and you don't have some habits or some things that like are consistent for you, it's harder. And so the fact that you're staying consistent is so amazing. And truly, I don't be creeping, but like I see you and I'm like, oh wow, like you're posting another picture. Like that's really, you show your consistency, and that is absolutely cool. So thank you for sharing that. Um, Speaking of acknowledging where we're at, I'm such a sleepy place, and I was so nervous about missing the timing for the raid warnings that I asked if you were ready way early. Oh, no worries, Meadow. That's okay. I appreciate that. And honestly, I feel that so much. Like I think that's why I woke up earlier than my alarm, because my body was like, "You got a raid train in the morning. You need to wake up." So I understand. um, let's see, 33 minutes. Okay. Thank you so much, Meadow. I appreciate you so much. And honestly, the events have been going so well because of all y'all. And I love that. Um, Even Star, I see you and I appreciate that. Like, train people, y'all are doing the thing. I appreciate y'all. So if you could give a shout out to Meadow and even Starlight as we're on the train. Oh, if you can pop those in there whenever you can, please do, because y'all are great. Y'all are amazing. Simply Aretha. That's what I meant. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Um, Hold on. Let me make sure I got this. Okay. Mm, all right, all right. Okay, yes. Sorry about that. But yeah, I appreciate you. I got a notification. I'm like, hold up, let me make sure this is not this is Yes, let me make sure this is right. We good. So yes, simply Aretha will be taking over, and I appreciate you for being here. Um, oh, again, if you can drop those shout outs, appreciate it. And I see you, I see it. For whatever reason, it's not showing in the streamer bot window, but I see you. Thank you. So yeah, I like when it comes to like being consistent. How do y'all how do y'all deal with like disappointment? Like because I feel like often, especially when I have clients who are hard on themselves about their goals, we talk about like, you know, feeling feeling bad or upset with themselves about feeling a certain way. And usually, honestly, that is therapy. Like, I spend so much time talking to my clients about feeling a certain way about the feeling that they feel. So, for instance, if you get angry about, so there was the guy on Call of Duty that was like, you need to make me a sandwich. And I'm like, absolutely not. And I was a little bit upset. And, I was like trying to figure out what is going on. Like, why, first of all, why do you just harass random women on the internet for no reason? But I had a reaction to it. I was upset. And so if I was upset, I was fine with my emotions because at the time I was like, I'm cool, I'm chill. Y'all are here. We support each other. But often we find that like people are mad that they were mad. So instead of being mad at the situation, they're mad that they were mad about the situation. And often in that little triangle of stuff, we it's a lot harder to get it's a lot harder to get resolved when you're mad at yourself for feeling the feeling that you feel. And so how do y'all deal with not meeting your goals or not having those routines or that consistency when you try to? um yeah, I am very curious about that. And as we talk about that, we can transition into the game because I will say we're going to transition into the game, but I stupidly decided to land, and I might just like transport out of here, but I landed at a spot in the game where it is like it is truly ridiculous. Like I don't know how I'm about to beat this character. So of course had to get that out before I introduce myself. I love it. Even start trying not to be complacent. I love that, Cam. I love that. And that makes a lot of sense. And you're absolutely welcome, Meadow. Appreciate you being here. And even though you're tired, you're doing the thing. So I appreciate you. I was there yesterday with a disappointment, and I was reminded that it was progress and not perfection. That, and I want to just say, and actually, we're going to take a minute before we jump into the games because let me tell you, the game is about to, and maybe I'll be able to transport out of the situation. We'll see. But it's gonna be kind of like, that's what you're gonna hear when I'm fighting the characters. That's what you're probably gonna hear. So, I want to take a minute for that. So, being there yesterday with the disappointment and reminding yourself it's not perfection, it's progress. I just want to emphasize that that is an amazing mindset to have. And obviously a lot of us are perfectionists, and I find that a lot of us artists, content creators, we are perfectionists because if our content sometimes like we merge ourselves with our content, and if our content isn't amazing, or if we feel like our content isn't amazing, or if objectively it's not our best work, then who are we? You know, am I like, who am I if I don't, like show up this way? Who am I if I don't, have this sort of output? And so, that is so important to recognize, like perfection being often being seen as like the goal or the output, and progress being like what you put in and what you like the effort you do. And so I always encourage like focus on like the progress, focus on what you can do, focus on those things rather than the things that you can't control. And so it makes me think about like goals, like streamer goals. And just often we're like, oh, I want to get to 1,000 followers. Great. And I was like that on my Instagram. I had a planner account back in the day. I still have it and I still use it as my main account. But I was like, okay, got to get to 14,000. I was at 13 and I was like, okay, got to get to 14,000 followers and I got to do this, I got to do that. But I was so focused on the number and I was focused on like how do I get to that goal? And it was just like I can't get to that goal. Like I can't make people follow me. I can, unless I buy followers or like force people, but we're not doing that, okay? But I can put forth certain effort to encourage people to follow. I can share certain posts. I can do, like there are certain things that we can do for that to happen, but for that likelihood to increase. But we can't make it happen. And so I just like appreciate you bringing up that concept because that's important. So Cam, you said because obviously pushing yourself that makes things harder, which usually can translate to I suck. When in actuality, it's not you suck. We just have to start from point A to our point Z goal, whether it's getting stronger or smarter. I love that, and that feels like that's so in alignment with what we're just saying. This idea of like this is not like when you have a goal, when you have an action that you want to do. It's like not about who you are and like your character. Like you are an amazing human being. Period. Like you're a human being. That's on that. Not you suck. Not you're horrible. Like you're a human being. What do you want to do? Get from point A to point Z. Okay, so how do you do that? All right, when you struggle doing that, does that mean like that doesn't mean anything about you as a person? It just means that you probably have to try harder in some ways, or you have to, continue to try at your same level of like intensity, but maybe longer. You might have to do something. You basically might have to do something different, or it might be external factors that's, affecting it. And I think that's important to recognize. Even Starlight, I just have to remind myself that I'm trying to become 1% better every day, and I'm not in a competition with anyone or even myself. This is my first time being a human, so I'm still learning how it all works. That, okay? I love it so much. And you know what? I think that's such a humbling thought process. Like, first time being a human. That's everybody's first time being a human. We don't know. Like, I mean, sure, a lot of people believe different things and, different things come up for them as far as like that goes. But I think just in general, we're all trying, you know, the best we can. We're doing what we can to make it. Okay. So I feel like that is important to say. And I'm glad that you brought that up. I am going to swap over to the game. And we're gonna try to do what we can here. Let's see. How do we get over to Genshin? We're gonna turn up the music some. There we go. Hopefully it's not too loud for you. Let me know if it's too loud. All right. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing it. There we go. Okay. I'm thinking it's cool. It's supposed to be soft. So, there we go. All right. Okay, friends. Do y'all play Genshin Impact? Do do you play? Because I actually I'm going to turn this actually down because it is very loud on my end and we can't have that. We can't have that. Music volume, volume 4. We're going to turn the music volume down.
Paimon coming in!
Oof.
Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Can y'all hear Paimon?
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can
Can
you hear Paimon?
and yes, I was playing until late. Oh my gosh. Yes, I love that. I love that. I'm so glad I started playing this game. Let's see. Let's turn it over. Let's try using our what are they called? The Stream Deck to see if it'll go to where it needs to go. Oh yeah. All right, let's try just chatting again. Boom. Boom, y'all. Okay, it works. Let's go. So, thank you so much, Even Starlight. And I'm gonna pull my thing over here. I'm gonna have to move my stuff over here. There we go. Just so I got the chat up and don't have to like. Actually, we'll try one more thing before we adjust. Thank y'all so much for your patience while I'm getting set up and ready. It was supposed to be ready already, but technical difficulties. All right, so there is the game. Okay, wait a minute. We are not seeing our overlays, and we need to have our overlays up here because they are for the Women's Guild, and I'm super excited. Um, super excited about that. We need to have our overlays prepped and ready, y'all. Okay, so we got that. Um, we need our just chatting screen. Look at y'all are here during the the stuff that I was supposed to be doing before, and I did do, but I'm glad y'all are here for this because y'all are seeing the real technical stuff. Let's see those overlays. There we go. We're gonna transition. You see it? All right. So we're gonna make sure that that is gonna be on our other screen as well. All right. There we go. And it's gonna be cutting off our screen a little bit, so we're gonna move it over. I wish I could show y'all this. Like, I'm not a super, like, I feel like I'm a techie person, but not like amazingly techie. You said desktop wallpaper? Yeah. Oh, that's what you see right now? I thought you see me. Let's see. Sponsor overlays. Let's make sure we're down here. We're good on that. Okay, there we go. Transition that. Oops. Y'all are seeing the like real deal. Let me change it back to the gaming overlay. There we go. Oh, that's the screen that you're seeing. Okay. Just chatting. Thank y'all for being here. All right. Now we can go back to this screen. Boom. We got it. We got it. Okay? I am loving it. Okay. All right. So, you said you were seeing it before we switched over. Yeah, I had to like before I started, I had to like figure out how to do the whole like, making sure that Genshin doesn't do the thing. And I spent like a half an hour trying to do that and it did not work. So I decided to use my Stream Deck, which now it just swaps over the scene. So I don't have to like, click out, y'all see the desktop, and then have to like switch back over. So appreciate it. Appreciate all the help you've been giving me on that because but thank you. So I think I mentioned this already. Thank you for the compliment on the cardigan because I got it from Shein and I was like, gingerbread? Okay, I'm loving it. Gingerbread, and I got one that was like cherries on it as well. So I'm like, we good. I needed these in my life. Tech issues are so humbling. They truly are. They really are. I have them all the time, definitely. So I'm gonna show you all where we're at. if you ever play Genshin, I would love to hear it because this is my first time ever playing it. Like, and when I say first time ever, I mean like in the, like this is my first go around, and I just started maybe last week, and it has been an ordeal because right now I am not able to get into co-op mode. You know why? Because I'm doing this scene. Yeah, I'm like, why am I here with this thing? You know? So hopefully I can like go up and not have to deal. Oh, I didn't have to fight it. Oh, wow. I didn't have to
Anything
fight it.
fruit could use on our journey?
Yeah, I know. Fighting for my life. Yes, you said cherries are right up your alley. Oh my gosh, I love it. We might have the same style. I love that. Okay. So, uh-oh. Hold on one sec.
Oof. My
I
waistband has been feeling a little snug these last couple of
What is
days.
she saying? Okay.
Methinks I
So,
perchance
I did not even
overindulged.
have to fight it. I am really grateful for that. I might still have to. Oh, let me not just jump down for my life. Okay, maybe I can go here. Yes.
Oh, we can't advance any
Y'all, I'm
further.
so
The
glad. I was
ruins
so
seem to be
afraid.
guarded by ancient seals.
Okay. I want to make sure that I can hear myself just so I'm not screaming into the mic. Um, yes, you saw that big boy in the back. So, if you don't know the backstory, and again, like to bring mental health and gaming together, my read on Venti. Venti is apparently the god, the animal god Barbados, but in this, form. And Venti is like a bard and a jokester and like fun loving, and also like has not taken, he's just kind of been hands off with Mondstadt, which is the city that they're trying to protect. This is my understanding. Please correct me if I am off base, okay? So they the read that I have on Venti is that Venti seems very um playful, but it feels like the insecurities and like the worry that he has, it is being kind of masked as playfulness. And yeah, it feels like a coping strategy or coping mechanism, which is understandable. I think that's one of the coping mechanisms that we use to try to deal with things that are, you know, struggle.
Is this the work of Dvalin?
Dvalin is that like dragon.
No. These ruins were once part of an ancient city. Dvalin just happens to be nesting in these ruins for now.
Okay.
These ruins even predate the existence of the Four Winds. Mondstadt is a city without a ruler. However, before it was ruled over by a tyrant.
Oh, I thought he ruled Mondstadt. Apparently not. But that's right. Actually, they're talking about human rulers, tyrants.
Anyway, I'll sing you that story when we have a chance in the future.
The markings on this seal. If my archaeological knowledge is not mistaken, this appears to be a light act.
You cut yourself off, D. Luke.
If we retrieve and reintegrate all the parts, we should be able to get it working.
Oh, they're
We should
gonna.
be close to completing the ceremony for this actuator. Let's put the last part back and see.
Okay. Battle pass. Okay, thank you. I didn't know there was a battle pass. Oh man. Oh wow. I'm at rank 20? Daddy D Luke. You and this Daddy D Luke. You know, he's a little suave. He's a little suave. All right. I'm glad I just had to walk over because I did not have the capacity for this. I didn't have the capacity for all of the like drama that one would have to go through.
Truth appreciates any donation.
Aww. Okay. So, let's see. Was that all I had to do? Because no, they're gonna say you need to go down the spiral. Let's see. The entrance to Storm Terror's lair. Okay, talk to Venti. That's all. Whew. Okay. We're talking to Venti now.
Looks like we're right.
Time to get a bigger cup then. What you talking about?
There are 3 more halos circling the tower.
Which means
Oh,
there are 3 more corresponding light actuators to activate.
Lord. That's what you meant.
I can see one from here.
Because
The
apparently
rest must be scattered within the ruins around here.
this is
Why did Devon pick a place filled with puzzles and seals as his lair? Doesn't he get annoyed coming back home?
I'm saying on the way in 10 minutes. Okay, sounds good. Simply Aretha, thank you so much.
He doesn't walk in. He flies in.
All right. How, you know, one thing we could do. We are in the middle of this quest, but it's very heavy on like conversation. What we could do, let's try teleporting to this spot here. Teleport. So we can come out. Yes, go do something else. Okay. Yes, sounds good to me. Let me make sure I'll be able to find what I need to find. Oh no. Okay, I think I'm good. All right, let's see. I thought there was another. Yep, there is another waypoint. Got it. Perfect. Perfect. We can go do something else. Oh, these are the. Okay. So, what we were looking at was these things. We have to do these things. Go to these like yellow spots. No. We're not going to go and do that. We can't do any co op stuff while we have this open, but that's okay. Or can we? Star snatch clip. Nope, we can't. We cannot. And that's okay. That's okay. So, while we're walking around here enjoying life, I am curious about. Oh, wait. Sorry to put your business out. Looking at my friend's tab. You're my only friend. Oh.
Break a leg.
Break a leg. All right. Ooh. He just like wound up and. Oof. Yikes. Let me know if this is too loud. All right. So I am, curious about a few things. Perfect. You said it sounds good to you. As we're exploring today, there are a couple things that I wanted to like talk through, kind of talk about, not get to the bottom of, but discuss together. I actually had a client who, they were going through a really hard time. And one of the things that they experienced was just a lot of anxiety around multiple things. But there was a bunch of different, and again, I am within the bounds of, ethics to share these details. It's not, private information specific to the client, and you will not know who the client is as I share. So this client, was going through a hard time and felt like anxiety often because of a situation that happened in her life. And oh gosh, I didn't plan for this.
You're in for a little shock.
Maybe you'll
He's been a
get
naughty
shot.
boy.
No. Okay, okay. Oh, we're good. We're good. So she had some anxiety and struggled, and so one of the methods we use is EMDR. And before we got to EMDR, and y'all, if y'all have been here, you know I love EMDR. If so, EMDR is the best. um, we did EMDR, and I'll probably explain this later when the train comes, just because I'm pretty sure this is kind of a not a long story, but yeah, not a long story, but it's a good story, and so I'll hold it for then, just so I'm not in the middle of it when everybody comes and I'm like, let me finish my thought. um, so yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no, camera problems. Oh no, I hope this doesn't become an issue, friends. Cause you know, they be trying to, these cameras, man, they be trying to mess you up. Don't know why, don't understand why, but they do. Okay. I hope that my camera is gonna be fine. If for whatever reason it turns off and I'm not aware in the middle of something, then please let me know. Would appreciate it. Cause you know, technical difficulties, they like to sneak up on us. More than sneak, truly. You got me? Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's see. All right. So, anyway, I didn't know I was taking a commission for this. Let's do this one, and then I'll tell you about the EMDR. There's no such thing as a perfect plan when you're on an adventure. How are you going to make any progress at all if you keep deliberating like this? Woof. If the plan isn't perfect, then we need to be prepared for anything. Whew. She's speaking. What are you arguing about? I'm a researcher of ancient ruins, and I wish to embark on a field trip to the Thousand Winds Temple, but I don't deal well with situations involving combat. Mr. Doolin here is an adventurer and has taken it upon himself to make all the necessary arrangements for the temple investigation. Now, I do not mean to be critical of Doolin in any way, and I know that those ruin guards can be a real nuisance. But he insists on devising a fully comprehensive adventure plan down to the last detail, to which end he calls meeting after meeting. We've had research, investigation, and amendments, followed by supplementary research, further investigation, and round two. This sounds like a lot, Patchy. Just can't take it anymore. I got you. She's spitting facts. Now he says he's found a new evidence of monsters camping out next to the temple. I'm begging you, clear them out for me, would you? Just to shut them up, even if it doesn't get us inside the temple. I'll happily take your place at Doolin's meetings. I think I understand what needs to happen. Yes, I'll say that. The camp, hopefully, because I don't like fighting those things. Hopefully sorry, didn't mean to push you, girl. Didn't mean to, like, bump you. Oh, these people. All right, not too bad. Let me change my group. My group needs to have some ice. And do we want the yes. No. No. Yeah, let's go with this. Do we want to go with this team? I don't know. I feel like I want some ice, though. Let's go with the OGs. Party deployed. So, there we go. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, speaking of research, I am in the middle of my dissertation. My gosh. I am. Hi, Sierra. How are you doing today? Oh, oh. I did not mean to come in this fight like this. Oh, jeez. Oh, and I'm getting jacked up already. Oh, jeez. Okay. This is stress already. He gotta go down though, cause, all right, there we go. Hey, Sierra, I don't know how I'm up right now. I feel you. I truly feel you. It is early. How are you doing today? How was your stream yesterday? I'm sad I missed it. Wasn't it a stream? It was a stream or a Discord thing? Because you were playing Genshin too, right? But yeah, I'm in the middle of my dissertation and it is a lot of work. Truly. Truly. Yeah. Ooh. Choo choo. Another Genshin Guildie. Hey, Mickey. How are you doing, Mickey? Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Do you ever get that when you come into people's chats? They're like quoting Bring It On. You haven't slept yet. What the? Friend. Oh my lord. After this, I'm gonna need you to go to bed, friend. Okay? We play Genshin on stream. I love that. That's so cool. That's exciting. Now, MJ, please, please, please. The researcher. He'll have no excuse to pull me into a meeting this time. Oh, oh.
No one can say that I do not have friends. I have friends. I definitely have friends.
Hey, welcome in. I'm so happy to see y'all. Hey, choo-choos. People on the train. Game Mistress, how was your stream? I'm so happy y'all are here. I'm MJ. Uh-oh, wait, they're having a conversation while I'm trying to have a conversation. I am MJ Hart. I am a variety streamer and also a therapist, and I like to bring those two things together to be able to talk about some of those things that we don't normally get to talk about in these spaces. And so I am so glad y'all are here today to spend this time with me and being on the train. Like, ride the train. Choo choo ride it. So today we are playing Genshin and just talking through some of the mental health themes that we see in it, but also just, having a little chat. So I am super excited that you're here, Game Mistress. It was so good to meet you and see you on stream playing playing the retro game. I love Mario. So I'm so glad that your stream went well. And welcome in all the guildies. Welcome in all the friends on the train. I see you, Smilebringer and Seraphina and Meadow. I am so glad y'all are here. So if for whatever reason I missed some chats, please feel free to highlight. Because, this game be gaming. And the fights are intense, and so let me know if you need my attention and I do not see it. Terrible Gaming, welcome in. How are you today? I am so grateful for y'all just being able to make it. We were talking about morning routines earlier today. We were talking about dealing with like disappointment and things. And we jumped into the game, and it was like, so far it's been intense. So let me know if y'all play Genshin. I see Mickey plays Genshin, right? Yeah, it's very good topics. I love that. Like, truly, I was just about to tell a story about a client. Let me bring it back to the game scene so we can explore while we chat. Yeah, so I was just about to tell a story. Damn you for leaving behind your oh my goodness. Oh, the train. I see you. So I was gonna tell a story about a client, basically dealing with anxiety, dealing with stress. She was a nurse and constantly had flashbacks of like stuff that she had going on. And so she came to me for therapy and we did EMDR. If y'all have not heard of EMDR, it it's my jam. As a trauma therapist, it is my jam. EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, and it's just another word for reprocessing trauma to desensitize it in your body, so you can think about something and it not trigger those same responses. So fear not, the blood is here with lots of love and fluffy hugs for all. Oh, welcome in, Blood Night Games from Game Mistress Raid. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. It's so nice to see all of you. And I think I missed a few names. Smile and Commander Coder and Trinity. Pow. I appreciate y'all being here today. So basically, the session was the first session is usually like in EMDR. The first session is usually getting someone prepared for it because there is a lot of just distress tolerance that needs to be had before you jump into processing trauma. And that's one thing, if you don't know, if you're new to mental health fields and mental health areas, often we want to jump into dealing with stuff, but we are not emotionally ready for it. We're not physically ready for it, because when we talk about some of those things, other things come up, different things come to mind. And so, it's important for you to prepare yourself for it before jumping in. And preparation might look like building skills, building different, and when I say skills, I mean the ability to, when you're thinking about something and constantly thinking about something, the ability to kind of stop thinking about it when you need to. And so that's essentially what we did when we started. Hi, Birdman. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing today? How is everybody doing, especially from the train? If you type exclamation point TWG, you will get some information on the Women's Guild. And I'm so happy to be a part of it, truly, because everybody has been so kind and so amazing. Thank you so much, O, for that. So kind, so amazing, and truly, it's been a journey. I heard of the Women's Guild when I went to TWitchCon. And at TwitchCon, I went into the room and I was like, oh my gosh, there are a lot of people here. Oh my goodness. How am I going to, interact? And there were several people that were just like, hey, how are you? And they were super kind. And they were like, you should apply, for the Women's Guild. And so I did. And I'm so grateful to have been able to be a part of it and be a part of this opportunity, because I get to meet all of you kind people. And, those of you who stream, let me know if you stream and we will make a note to come back so I can, check you out, because truly, I love that, we can do this kind of stuff together. Seraphina, you said been there, had a couple of transphobes make an attempt on my life and had a lot of issues after. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry you had to experience that. And obviously, people can be truly horrible. And I can imagine the anxiety that came from having to deal with that and seeing just different things out in the world. And usually when it comes to trauma, and I don't know how yours looked as far as symptoms go, but when it comes to that, usually, there are some after effects, some feelings of anxiety in your body that, it feels like it's happening when it's not happening at the moment. And so sometimes it can feel crazy making, because it's like, well, why is this the case? It already happened. Why am I not over this? But please, y'all, do not beat yourself up for trying to deal with something and not feeling over it, because he is jacking me up. not feeling over it because our bodies remember. It's more about like physically your body trying to remember versus like, you know, your like you being obsessed by it. So give yourself some grace. So mad I missed you at TwitchCon. You know what, TG? I I feel like I was super shy at TwitchCon because I was like, you know, I went with Alley Cat for the most part, but she was doing other stuff, and I was like, oh, let me be social. And while I was being social, I was like, oh, like there's a group of people, and I don't know them, but I've seen them, and they seem cool, but also like I don't know if they're having a private chat or if they're welcome to people, you know, just walking up to them, hey, how's it going? And so I figure if I don't get to meet like people authentically this time, you know, I'm just gonna walk up to y'all and be like, hey, I see you. What's up? Next time. Um, so doing good for it. Oh my gosh, for 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. for you, Birdman? Oh, oh my goodness. That is early. That is super early. I appreciate you being here. The fact that it's 6 a.m. and you're here shows like, man, you are like been on this train and it is amazing. Okay. Next time just walk up to me. Got you. Got you. And it's funny because I'm more shy online than I am on in person. I really am. But this was like, I kid you not, like there were some streamers that I was like, I don't really, like, I've not heard of you because I'm new to the streaming scene. Truly I am. Like, I'm not part of a lot of the, like, I still don't know I know what a raid means, obviously. But there are some terms that I'm still like, what does that mean? I don't understand that. And so I'm, you know, honestly, I genuinely just didn't know some people. And I was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. And I'm curious about, like, for y'all, do y'all have that, like, when it comes to being online versus being in person, what's your I guess tendency? Because online I feel like anytime I'm in a VC, I'm like, when I don't know anybody, I'm like, hi, welcome, how are you doing? I'm playing Fortnite, I'm like, he's over there. But when I'm in person, I'm much more like, hey, how are you, what's your name, what's going on? It takes me a minute if it's a big group, but yeah. Still working on some after issues that make me feel unsafe expressing myself fully in public alone. Yes, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. And thank you for sharing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for sharing that experience because truly, you know, there are other people who have those experiences, and you know, if we don't share them, we don't talk about them, then you know, often we can feel like we're alone in them. Which, you know, not minimizing what people experience individually, but also recognizing that, like, both and. You are individual, you experience individual things, and also you are not alone, especially when it comes to supporting you and yourself, who you are. So I think, so going back to that client, you said I'm shy online and offline. Truly, yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm an introvert, much more quiet in person. Oh, really? That is that. I mean, I feel like I can see that. Like, you know, I think that it's hard for introverts to connect with other introverts because I'm truly an introvert. But like, you know, I'm with you, Sierra. I'm a talkative introvert. Like, I talk a lot. Sometimes you cannot get me to shut up. But when, you know, us introverts like to observe first. And so, you know, when you're in observation mode, it's not, maybe it's shy, maybe it's just observing. But for the most part, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Um, Mickey, you feel the same on and offline depending on energy levels. Yes, I get that. I get that. Especially when it's like low energy, high energy. Depends. Just, it depends. And I love that I can see that you constantly, like, you consistently respect your energy and you respect, you know, what your body needs. And that's super cool. Speaking of what body needs, and basically going back to the situation, like the trauma, it was like, important for the client to recognize that, like, her situation, the situation is not like her just being weird or crazy or just like, being dramatic. It was definitely a traumatic situation, and we did some EMDR on it, and I kid you not, after like 8 sessions, it was about 8 sessions. We had so much progress. When she would think about the situation, she would no longer feel that sense of like that gut drop. She wouldn't have that like situation come up often. So when she was at work, she wouldn't think about it. And when she did think about it, it didn't bring up the same situation or the same physical feelings. Um, and so I recommend anybody who has experienced any sort of trauma to try out EMDR, or, at least look into it, because it's not for everybody. There are certain situations where you will need like a really skilled clinician in order to do certain EMDR depending on your situation. And so, yeah, I think that's super important to recognize. Sierra, you said depends on how I'm feeling that day.
I'll practice myself.
I'm glad it's raining here so we can like get rid of these people with electricity, because they were way too loud. Hold on one sec. Let's fight this guy. Uh-oh. Thought I was fighting this guy. Oops. All right, there we go. Protect your peace, y'all. Yes, exactly. I love that. Um, I'm trying to make sure what people's humor is, or trying to make sure what people's humor is. I don't want to offend anyone when I get comfortable and start letting jokes fly. Ooh, that right there is very, very real. I I feel you on that. There are some, like, I can joke sometimes, but they might feel like dry jokes. Um, humorless jokes. No, they're not. I think they are humorous. But sometimes, people have a different sense of humor. And if they do, what are you doing? Get out of here. Come on. I need to switch people because he cannot be attacking me. I need to get out of here. It's raining. We can't be by the ice people while it's raining. Let's just transport over to a peaceful area because that was drama, okay? Um, but yeah, well, like I'm curious for you, TG, how do you go about that? Like, when you feel like, all right, I'm scoping this out, scoping out the situation, I'm trying to see how, like, what humor looks like for this person. How do you go about that? Because there are some times where I might say something and it might come off a certain way, especially because like my facial expressions, like I try to be warm and inviting, but also like I'm going to be myself. And so as far as like I don't want to have to put on a face if that's not the face that I want to make. People get mad about the resting bitch face, but I'm like, look, I am resting. My facial muscles are relaxed. And it's not my fault that my genetics basically said your lips are going to be turned down. Your eyes are probably going to be turned down as well. You're going to look like not sad, but also not mad, but also like recognize that you're not going to just seem, excited and happy all the time. And so, I've gotten that I'm not super approachable, and, that's fine. But I think that often when trying to make connections and trying to make friends, it's hard because it's like, here's this person who has a, RBF, and she feels, she's just like, hey, how make it, hey, how's it going, and then like making a joke or throwing out a joke, and you don't know if she's serious or, so I get that, like I get that, that tension around when to, what's people's sense of humor like. Can people, take your humor? can people understand and enjoy it? And that's a real, not necessarily concern, but that's a real thing to think about when connecting with people. All right, so here we go. We are, okay, there we go. So with this client, we started off with preparation because when it comes to like when it comes to any therapy, you gotta prepare. You do. You truly, I don't know if I want to fight these people. That looks like a lot. And let me go back. I thought I was in a safe place, but apparently not. Let's fight these people. It's a commission. Let's do it. So, yeah, you gotta prepare. You really do. And I think that it's one of those things that, oh shoot, let me click this button. It's always hard to fight these people, man. There we go. So let me just finish this fight before I continue, because they are killing, hitting hard. He got wet, so I'm gonna bam. You can't dodge it. Nope, you can't, because bam, I got you. All right. Oh no. There we go. I'm missing y'all. Remember, this is my first time playing this game. Reinforcements? Why? Okay. All right, so I think we can finish. So, when I think about like this client and the need for just the preparation, it's one of those things where if you don't prepare, then you can probably do more trauma, or yeah, like probably do more trauma than before. And it's really, that's, and we know this term, and if you don't, it's called re-traumatization. And it is basically when you have a situation that's already traumatizing, and then you go through it again, and you feel like even more traumatized by it. It's desensitized a little bit, but it's not desensitized to the point where you feel okay, and then when you talk about it again, it feels like it's bringing it up, and it's not only just bringing it up, but it's bringing it up and like causing more distress. So yeah, it's something that we don't want to happen in therapy. And so preparing people, and so the way that I prepared her is, and really the way she prepared herself, because she did all the work. Truly, I was there like listening and processing and like obviously doing my job, but like she did a lot of work. And so when preparing, we talk about different things that have happened in her life, so we know what our trigger points, we know like what we're hitting. So if we're talking about like basically getting her worldview, getting her the ideas of like how she views things, where she believes these things, and then we also like do skills work. So basically identifying body sensations, because if clients are traumatized and they can't identify like where in their body they feel it, or where, like when they feel anxious, what does that even look like for them? It's learning like what their body telling them, because in EMDR the body is talking, okay? It's like talking. And we need to know what it's saying. We need the client to identify what it's saying in order to really like be effective. So we had to start with that. I see what they laugh at, how they act when certain words are said. For example, if someone shy away from cussing, then I make sure when I make jokes around them, I try to leave cuss words out. Okay, wow, that's really considerate. Truly. And I wonder, like, does that feel like a lot of energy for you? And as I'm asking questions, feel free to just ignore them if you don't want to answer them, because we kind of get personal over here. We don't have to. There's never an expectation to do so. There's never like, why didn't you answer my question?
there was a glorious kingdom
Oh.
established among the heavens.
Oh, hold
From
on.
that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey
This is
of
so
seeking
beautiful.
the pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey,
Oh,
of your tale to be told.
wow. I'm getting chills because I did not know that was the case. I did not know that was the case. Oh, and there's a battle pass? Wow. I am shooketh. Okay, let's go back. I was not expecting that to happen.
Time for afternoon tea.
MJ, you said I'm such a quiet, shy person IRL that it takes me a while to open up, even if I already have an online relationship. Yes, I get that. I feel like when we met IRL, I did not get that vibe because I feel like, I don't know, it felt natural. It felt like I knew y'all for like ever, you and Alley Cat. But then again, I'm like I said, I'm more like outgoing in person. But I get that, like feeling shy and like, okay, there's this person I knew on the internet, but like I don't really know you like that. So yeah, super understandable. Be mindful of not changing yourself to please others. Sierra is bringing the real, okay? Bringing the real. That is so true. Making sure that you are yourself. And I think there's something I want to basically add to that, because I think that there are sometimes like, some people are like, oh, never change for anyone, and they are toxic. We're just gonna watch this happen. He's gonna die, hopefully, from my little, yeah. They are so toxic, and it's like, look, don't change for anybody, okay? You said it's not exhausting. I love making people laugh. Oh, I love that, TG. I get that. Like, and it's super cool that it's actually, energizing for you, truly. Because some people are energized by it and some people are drained by it, but they feel like they have to do it. And so I love that that's something that's energizing for you, actually, because yeah, like that's real. I love that as well. Like, I like when we can laugh together and we can like make jokes, and and also love when you can be yourself. But I'm gonna come back to what I was saying about you said not clutching your pearls every time something surprises you. I do. I clutch my pearls a lot because I be shook. When we were playing Baldur's Gate on Tuesday, and we have Epic Tuesdays on Tuesdays at 8 Eastern. We played Baldur's Gate yesterday, or Tuesday was my first day. I was clutching my pearls all day. I was like, so yes. Okay, I want to make sure I say your name properly. Alcaru? Alcaru? Good morning. I ended up here with Jen Online. Oh, Emmy, Divergent, Fedrin, and then Game Mistress. It's nice to meet you. It's Alcareru. Oh, Alcareru, but please don't. Okay. I get. Oh, I love that. So I will call you Al. Thank you so much for being here and introducing yourself. I'm loving that you are here riding the train with us. So back to what Sierra said, adding to that point about, not changing. But then it's like, never change, but like, don't be toxic and never change. So it's like, there are multiple things to consider here. The both and is basically holding multiple things true at once. Like, you can be yourself and also be like, change behavior. Like, don't change yourself, but if your behavior is toxic, you need to change it. Truly. Truly. And honestly, the reality is you don't need to change it. you just, it would be kind to change it. If, oh, you need to go. You need to go. Okay. It would be kind to change it and also healthy probably to change it. But yeah, do that. Be yourself. Never change your core of who you are. Never change your values. If they are values that you want to stick to, don't change for anybody. Like, don't change those for anybody. If you value, looking first before you leap, don't be influenced by others. And when they're like, oh, you need to just don't be careful. You need to just like, live your life. And no, take your time, do what you need to do for yourself. However, if you causing havoc and doing all the mess, okay, friends, if you are causing havoc for other people and you are harming folks, then you need to change that behavior. Keep your core values. Keep who you are as a person, but change that behavior, friend, because we do not want toxicity up in here. Also, I didn't see you had a RBF when we met in person. It still tickles me that we just ended up sharing an Airbnb with each other as strangers after growing up being taught about stranger danger. That is true. So y'all, this is a thing. Before TwitchCon, in February last year, me and MJO, shout yourself out and do not defy me. Me and MJO and Alley Cat. I am Alley Cat, who is also in the Women's Guild, and let's have a shout out for her after the first shout out. I didn't plan to talk to you. Goodbye. So after, before that, we went somewhere in Canada, and because I live close to Canada, y'all. And I actually just went to Canada this weekend for coffee and ramen, or last weekend for coffee and ramen, and it was amazing. But me and MJO and Alley Cat, we met. We not only met, we stayed in an Airbnb because we wanted some friend time. We learned about stranger danger all these years, and yet we decided, hey, let me go share an Airbnb with this random stranger I met on the internet. I feel like it's a lot. It feels a lot more, I don't know, it felt a lot more safe. Here's a couple things that made me feel safe. I don't necessarily encourage it for people who are, if you don't know your environment. And also, if you are 18 or under 18, this is usually over 18 space. But if for whatever reason you are under 18, please contact your parents before choosing to go anywhere with anyone. But yeah, I feel like for me, it felt a little bit safer because we decided, yes, we did for a whole weekend. You said, oh, we still need to get a coffee date soon for a whole weekend. So, yeah, we went to a Airbnb, and to me, it was, so I live in the Detroit area, not far from Canada. And they were coming to my area, and I had a car. And not to I felt safe. I understand that there was safety questions for Alley Cat because she was flying in, and I know that there were safety questions for O because she was like, taking the train in. But I was like, this is my area. I have a car. If y'all are crazy, then I am gonna be fine because I'm gonna drive home. So I definitely had privilege. I am not even gonna kid you. I had privilege in that situation, and it made me feel safe. But it was such a good time. It was such a good time. I loved spending time with them. We enjoyed it. It was great. Thanks for following, Heaven Man. Welcome in. I appreciate all the follows. If I miss it for whatever reason, you will be seen because this is a different stream. We are on the Women's Guild and !TWG. We are on the Women's Guild Raid Train, and my name is MJ Hart, and I am a variety streamer and also a mental health therapist, and I like to bring those things together. As you have seen so far, we're talking about mental health themes as we're gaming and fighting people here on Genshin. We might end up, because this is a long stream. Oh!
Thank you, darling.
Thank you so much, oh, for the bits. Oh my gosh, look at you. Look at you, oh. I am so glad. I'm so thankful that you shared those bits. We're gonna go back to the game screen. You shared those bits, or the 500, and just so you know, anybody who gives like 500 bits and over, we will get the chicken on the pole and get a dance, kind of a dance party. We got some more secret commands in the on my about page. We have a few secret commands that we haven't seen yet. We've seen the 50. I still have to update it. We've seen the 50. We've seen the 100. I don't think we've seen the ones that have like particular numbers, but it was I love that one. I love that one. I hope y'all feel the same, because the chicken on a pole was like my jam. The stripper pole. Yes. But yes, as I was saying, we talk about these things here on, as we're playing our games. We enjoy, like, it's kind of like a just chatting stream, because we're not doing, sometimes we're doing major stuff in the game, like Baldur's Gate. But in this case, we are doing a couple of quests. And actually, let me make sure these quests are on deck here. Let me make sure. Yay! Welcome in, Al. And thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, for the sub. Oh my goodness. You gave a scholarship to Roxy and gave a scholarship to Dom Arpeggio. Thank you so much. So these scholarships, let me tell y'all something about the community here. My community is called Heart University, and we are kind of extra. We have Archie. Usually Archie is on our screen, is our little mascot, our bird. We are basically learners, but also, in our Discord, we have different classes. We have, yes, it's a class system, but it's more of a class system as in school. So you have freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And, as you are active in the Discord, you get more XP, and then you grow your class rank. So I feel like that's just a fun theme for us over here. So we have scholarships. When there are subs, gifted subs, there are scholarships. So thank you so much, Al, for the scholarships for Dom and the scholarship for Roxy. Appreciate you. Oh, no. So yeah, it's one of those things, like enjoying this time together, doing stuff, while talking about mental health stuff. It's my jam. It's my jam. Even though I promise you, as you can tell, I struggle with playing and talking at the same time. So I don't know who told me I should be a streamer of games, because this is difficult. Y'all don't sleep on the gaming streamers, because my gosh, this is like, brain is on 100 trying to keep up with not trying to die, and also, trying to talk about things. This game confuses me, Jasperian. Oh, well, welcome in. Firstly, I want to say welcome. This game, I will tell you, once this game is... Hold on, let me change people. And let me try to hit him first. We need to get him down from there. And we need to get this one down from there. Before I describe this game so far, we gotta fight. Currently, this is a quest that I'm trying to finish so we can... You're not gone yet? All right. My gosh. So let me make sure I'm not missing anything else in the chat. Appreciate you again, Al. Look at Jamal getting us up. I appreciate Jamal getting us up. Just Spirian. Okay. So this game. Okay. Let me just start. Oh my. We're pausing. We are pausing for a second because they just came out with more people. Servina, you're like, yeah, this is hard to do both and it's difficult. So just be this game. I love it. This is my first time playing. I started playing on like Monday. No, last week, Tuesday or something like that. And man, where do I start? Okay, so it starts off where I myself, this my first character, Emmy over here, the girl in the corner. Let me see, right here, the girl in the corner. She and her brother are enjoying their lives, doing the thing. Actually, we start off in a fight. We fight in this being, and then I have to choose my character. I choose her. The brother gets snatched up by the being. And now I'm on the quest to find my brother. I'm on the quest to figure out what is going on here. Apparently, we start off in this city, Mondstadt, which is cool. But there are evil things, evil forces at hand. There's this dragon. There's literally so much going on. So what I'm learning in this game is that every day there are different quests that you can do, you know, to gain XP, to gain certain things. As you do them, like I said, you gain XP, but then there are different characters that you can use. So my character is just like the main character, the main person of the story. But there are other characters that have different elements that, you know, they're connected to. And they have certain powers and fighting abilities. So you're roaming the country, exploring, and then you run into these people, or not so people. You run into these beings and you have to fight them, and you gain XP, you gain treasures and things. So you level up your characters, and as they level up, the world gets stronger, the people get stronger. You fight them again. You do more things in the place. So let me show you this quest here. So we have the like world quest down here, commission quests, story quests, archon quests. So there are just different stories that you can experience. This is a story in itself. Song of the Dragon and Freedom. That's a story. We got Bookworm, Swordsman. That's a story. So there are just different stories going on right now. And so currently I am working on the increasing danger story. So the Hilichurls are building towers in the wilderness. Destroy them quickly because there is increasing danger in the Valley of Mondstadt, or the Starfell Valley of Mondstadt. So I'm trying to bring it down in this story. So after this, I'm going to do another quest where I'm doing that story. That's the gist of it. That's the gist. Okay. So anybody who wants to sign up, feel free to use my my link. Please use my link. It is an affiliate link, so, you know, I will be getting some form, like a small commission from it, or actually it's not even a commission. It's more of like, you know, if people sign up or download the game, then, you know, I can get a few dollars here and there. And then, and I am doing this because I loved it so much. They gave me the opportunity to do that before on Stream Elements, and I'm like, I don't know that game. I don't really, you know, I'm not going to do something I don't really like. But no, y'all, I really love this game. I play it all the time. It's one of the only first player games that I can like, and they have a co-op mode, but one of the only first player games that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good. And I can play this by myself, like easy. Because usually I like to play like multiplayer games and things, like Call of Duty and Fortnite and Dead by Daylight. Those are my main jams, okay? But games like these and other cozy games, I can definitely play by myself. So I hope that's helpful, I hope that's helpful. And welcome in again. So, Oh, here's a chest. I don't even know what I was talking about before. That tends to happen. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Let's...
Come a little closer.
Okay. I think we good. Are we good? No, we're not good. Because this one is always, like, surviving. He is a survivor. They are a survivor. They a survivor. I love DVD. You do? Oh my gosh, we gotta play sometime then. Like, I remember there was a Women's Guild Dead by Daylight thing going on, and I heard about it, and I was there for it. Like, I watched it, but it was the one that was streamed. I watched it, and it was so cool watching everybody play. I love playing Dead by Daylight. It's one of the scary games that I just feel like this is good. This is good. Why are there reinforcements after I just... No, there are not reinforcements. They told me a tale.
How fortunate.
Anybody else play Dead by Daylight? Because it is one of the only scary games that I play. The first scary game that I've ever played is, what was it? Phasmophobia. Whew, my gosh. So I played Phasmophobia. Y'all, that game is something else. Like, truly something else. I was, like, shook. I think there was a moment in not Dead by Daylight, Phasmophobia, that I was getting killed. I was getting killed by the ghost or whatever. Ooh. I was getting killed by the ghost, and the person, like, there were, like, these hands, like, that looked like this, like, grabbing the screen, and it was so scary. It was so scary that I screamed, and I, like, threw off my headphones, and I was like, ah! It was so scary, and I was truly shook. That was definitely a grab your pearls moment, okay? Truly, because that was scary. You said, I can't play TCM, though it's a bit too realistic. One scene in particular is a little too close to the actual attack I suffered. Oh my gosh, TCM. Is that... I am, usually on stream, my brain be braining, and if I think I'm familiar, but please clarify for me what that is, because Texas Chainsaw Massacre, brain worked. Thank you, brain. And I just saw it. I just saw your post. Thank you. And wow, yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous and triggering, traumatizing for sure. I can imagine, like, there are some games that I think that, it's important to, like, for developers to put up trigger warnings. And yeah, recognize, like, what those triggers are. Like, I think that is really important for those. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. For those developers to do that. And obviously, we know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre definitely has, the obvious, like, triggers, but, I think that still, even, there are a lot of people who want to play these games and want to, like, play with their friends and enjoy that, and at the same time, like, you know yourself, and you know your situations, and if that is too much, like, don't force yourself. And this is not advice for you necessarily, but I'm just saying in general, for anyone, like, reminder, don't force yourself to, play things that are triggering to you. And when sometimes people say the word trigger, they're like, oh, I was triggered. And people sometimes don't necessarily know what that means. And so I think that one thing to remember and remind yourself of, if you notice yourself feeling, I'd say Oops. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this guy
You've
while
been
he's
a
down.
nice boy.
Get this guy while he's down. One thing I would say when it comes to triggers is like recognizing your body sensations. And so, you know, often we feel like, oh, we can do this, even though we feel a drop in our stomach, even though we feel our throat just like knotted up, even though we feel tingly and clammy, like we try to push through. And it doesn't mean that you're less strong or that you're weak if you don't push through. You don't have to. There are some things that that you want to push through on, like life, like maybe work sometimes, maybe, depending on what the situation is. But, when it comes to gaming, we don't want gaming to be and if gaming is your work, yes, but there's also a variety of games that we can choose from that we don't have to like re-traumatize ourselves for that. So I feel like there are certain things that you can and should push through because of, skills, but also there are certain things that just reminder, you don't have to push through. Because if it is too much, it's too much, period. Let's see. Oh my gosh, somebody was playing with that voodoo doll. And no, Allie will not let me live that down because she is so salty about this phasmophobia situation. Like, so salty. It is. I'll wait until she's here to like say all the things that I gotta say about her because I don't want to be gossiping. But let me just say, she needs to get over it. Okay, needs to get over it. Oh, I thought I just died. Okay, let's see. Hey Rose, hey D. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome in. Welcome in, D. Welcome in, Rose. He said I won't even watch that. Someone puts that on a case of catching extreme. See ya. I feel you. I feel you. That is so true. There were some games. There is one game that there are so many people love it. What is it called? Oh, you know the game. You know the game that I'm like, Cult of the Lamb. That's not for me. And you know what? It's not for me for my own reasons. And like, to be honest, I feel like let it be, let people let people live. We say that all the time in certain situations, but like literally let people live in most situations. Like let people do that. Almost every situation, let people live. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get this guy because they are something else. Birdman, you said one mental health professional I work with changed triggers to activators. It was an interesting way to look at it for me. Yes, I love that. I love that. And different people have different words that, feels like it fits better. And it's super cool. Like reframes like that are super cool. I love reframes. Literally, it's the core of therapy. Reframes are like godsend when you think about like how it sits with you personally. And sometimes the word trigger can be overused. For some people, they're like, no, I don't like this word trigger because everybody's triggered, But if activators work, that works too, because literally it is activating your nervous system, and something might happen, boom, your nervous system is activated. So that is a really great word for it. Al has childhood PTSD, but I know my trigger: steak restaurant with a headache, since I survived an aneurysm and ate dinner at a steak place that night it happened. Oh my gosh, Al. That is a lot, and I am so like, that is wow. I feel like it's one of those, ooh, let's avoid this person. That, first of all, I'm so glad you're here. I am so glad you're here. I'm so glad Serafina is here. I'm glad y'all are here on multiple levels, truly, because that is scary. And the fact that you lived through that, and the fact that you, are working, like continuing to work through that, living through that, like, and remember that, I think that's a big deal. So I feel like it's super important for everybody to give themselves credit for like living, because you know, I'm looking at the chat and I know that there are several people here that have been through so much. And I just want to say you are valuable, and I'm so, like, I truly am. I don't know you yet. I might not know you yet well, but I do know that I am truly glad you are alive, and I'm truly glad that you're here. So I'm so thankful for y'all sharing this, sharing these pieces of you with me and with our chat today, because that's vulnerable, and I think that's, you know, that's courageous. So thank you. Serafina, you said it doesn't help when people apply the label to someone saying something mildly offensive. I know that is true. That is true. And, you know, sometimes people, especially language is so complicated. Um, you know, I actually teach a course called Postmodern Approaches to Family Therapy. And postmodern approaches include solution focused therapy, includes narrative therapy, and it includes collaborative language. And all of those theories are, the core of it is how you use language. And so there are a lot of people that use language differently based on how they were raised. And, you know, I think that as a therapist, I feel like I am pretty open when it comes to different ways people use languages, because again, it's based on what people know, what people see, what people understand, what people experience. And so often, you know, when somebody uses certain terms like, you know, like triggered or, you know, narcissist even, I have to ask, what do you mean? What do you like? What do you mean? And so, for example, we'll use triggered, for example. You know, somebody's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so triggered," and you know, in a while they're playing a game and while they're, you know, I don't know, like doing something that we would anticipate as mild. And so I think that the best way, as you know, again, a therapist, sit with the client, they're saying, "Oh yeah, I'm triggered by this game," and they're not really serious about it. Okay, what do you mean by triggered? Well, actually my heart started beating, but that was it. Okay, that's what you meant. That's what you meant by triggered. Got you. Your heart started beating. Somebody else says, "Yeah, I'm triggered by, you know, this game, you know, because it truly reminds me of, you know, a situation that happened that was, you know, scary and traumatic." Well, what do you mean by triggered? Well, it reminds me of that. Also, my heart starts beating. Also, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Also, my head starts hurting, and, you know, I start to like have flashbacks. Oh, okay. That's what you mean by trigger. Got you. And so the theories are all about understanding and being kind of like in a not knowing space when it comes to somebody's use of language, because people mean different things when they, you know, based on their situation. You know, I understood this when I think about like intersectionality and diversity, because as much as you like want to say, "Oh yeah, I get that because I have this experience," you don't actually have like that specific what is this? I don't know if I want to do this. Oh, you don't actually have that exact experience. And so it's one of those things where it acknowledges where people are and what people have going on, and also just respects experience. And so I do not know why I started this fight, y'all. I was in the middle of this conversation and it was Rose, thank you for redeeming that. Thank you for redeeming that hug. Appreciate the hug. Thank you. And also thank you for taking your exam today. Thank you for taking your exam. Let me make sure I don't die. So let me kill this one at least so I can. No. I'm sure y'all are hearing this like keyboard like click 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 click. um, there we go. At least I got that. All right. 3 and Q. All right. Man, keyboard and mouse friends. This is a lot. This is a lot of drama. A lot of drama. Okay. Let me do this. Try to get him with this one. All right, got him. Okay. Oh. Clutching pearls again. Oh, that scared me. Use original. There we go. There we go. But you're doing well. Yes, yes. Okay. Sounds like taking a more philosophical approach, figuring out how terms are being defined helps a lot. Yes, yes. It truly does help. I mean, especially as a person, like I said, that's where I was going with this. When it comes to diversity, when it comes to, you know, respecting experience, I'm like, okay, I am, you know, a black woman. I am cisgender. I am, you know, I have privilege in when it comes to education. I have privilege when it comes to housing. I have privilege when it like truly so many different things. I am not privileged when it comes to race, when it comes to certain things depend, you know, in society. And so there are, oh, there we go. There are certain things that I go through as, you know, with my identities that other people, they're like, no, I don't have that experience at all. Like, I've never come across that at all. And so, you know, I'm like, oh, well, when I say, you know, this is what this looks like for me, it doesn't look like that for them. So it's helpful to understand, like, specifically what people are describing when they use certain terms, because they, you know, like I said, give yourself grace, but also give others grace in some terminology. And when I say some, being specific, because there is some harmful terminology that is just harmful and it's just meant to be harmful. So no. And even grace can look like, obviously grace can look like setting boundaries for sure. So not saying don't give people accountability, just like recognize that, you know, we're human beings, and some human beings are learning and need to understand like what term we're talking about when we say things like narcissist, which is a big one. Hydrate. Okay. Al, thank you for the hydrate. Hail hydrate. Yes, I got my hydro jug to hydrate. And I appreciate it. So here's the thing about, let me go back to the just chatting screen for a second, because here's the thing about the chat that I have up. I have up the chat, but it is the streamer bot chat. And the streamer bot chat, for whatever reason, is not doing the, oh no, they are doing the highlight thing. Maybe. They do. Okay, let me get back to the game then.
Today's no good for going out.
There we go.
Did I say that?
Good morning.
As well?
Welcome in. Okay, let me go back to the chatting screen so y'all don't see all my backdrop. Let me make sure I can see this, so just in case my video decides you're gonna turn off right now, we do not have that. Okay, going back to the game screen. Good morning. Literature. Tell me how to pronounce that. How to pronounce that. Thank you. And also thank you so much for the follow. You say you were about to play chimes. Y'all are yelling at me to hydrate. I'm sorry. Literate Ian. Thank you for that. Welcome in, Ian. How are you doing? Is it okay if I call you Ian? So I was saying that language piece is so helpful and kind of cool. Actually, I was doing a do y'all know, have y'all heard of a genogram? If you haven't heard of a genogram is it is like a family and like a family history. It's a family history, but it has like symbols, and usually therapists use it to identify what's the history, like who is in your family, but also what is in your family, what kinds of, psychological trends we see, what kind of, emotional trends, what kind of physical, like what are the trends that we see in the family. And so it's more of a family systems theoretical approach. And so I do genograms at times to see like what's going on in people's backgrounds. And with the genogram is really deep because it shows you so many patterns. Truly, it shows you so many patterns. So if you have a therapist and you have not done a genogram, tell them, hey, I'm interested in a genogram if you're interested. Because let me tell you, you learn a lot from it. And so, different people have different backgrounds and stuff. But there's also a cultural genogram that it basically has these prompts where it asks questions along the lines of like, what does hair mean in your family, in your culture? And I'm curious, please answer this question. For those of you who are just coming in today, I'm MJ Hart, and I'm a therapist and also a streamer, and I like to bring gaming and therapy together to, experience and talk about things that we don't normally get to talk about in these spaces. So that is what we're doing today with Genshin. We're walking around trying to complete quests while we discuss mental health. And let me make sure we got the... No, I don't have any commissions, which means I can go to the city, boom, and claim. There we go. City time. So, oh, you said Ian is fine. Thank you. MJ, you said we had your back, Al. Look, I am so sorry, Al, for missing your message multiple times. I was just talking. So I told y'all I talk a lot. There, if y'all don't mind answering, there is a question on the cultural genogram. Hold on.
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
She says this every single time I come to her. I'm like, don't you see Lisa here? Lisa has been in this city for who knows however long.
Thank you for completing today's commission.
You can greet, but this is we don't need this kind of greeting every single time.
Ad Astra
See?
Abyssosk.
See?
Welcome.
I won't be annoyed with you. I'll give you grace too. So the question is, how do you view hair? And how does your culture, your history, your family view hair? If you don't mind answering. What was the hair question? That is the hair question. What is your what does hair mean to your culture, your family, you? And those could be completely different things. You can answer whichever one you feel like it. But often in therapy, when learning about a person's history, we ask about, okay, who's your mom, who's your dad, who's your whatever. But sometimes we forget to ask about our different identities and how those different identities inform what is meaningful to us. And so if somebody says, I'm going to therapy because a kid at school made fun of my hair. Well, okay. That sounds mild. That sounds so mild. It's like, okay, kid at school made fun of your hair. Can't you just... No, you can't just, because what does hair mean? Like, what does hair mean to culture, to your culture? What does hair mean? Like, actually, yeah, I have several, I have several thoughts and several stories about this, but let's stick with the main question. What does that mean to you? Because imagine somebody coming in and thinking, all right, I've got made fun of at school and now I'm crying every day and I can't stop crying every day. Let's use this example. This is a person who has hair that is coily, and their parents, they might be adoptive parents. They might be racial parents. They might be single parents, whatever. Let's just say the parent doesn't share the same background in hair as that person. And so, they're taking their child to therapy. Hey, I'm not sure why, so-and-so is not like why they're struggling with going to school because somebody made fun of their hair. I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. And so let's look at the person and their history with hair. Let's look at the person and let's look at our culture right now and like look at the history of hair, and let's look at the meaning of it for them. And we find out maybe in their history, maybe in their culture, hair is like, it is the like crown truly of your head, of who you are. And you know, it was, let's say it was cut and it was a bad cut, go to school, get made fun of. You're probably like, if that is the case, in, you know, culturally, we see people who have different hair, different or coily type hair, they get made fun of for not just hair, but different reasons. And so, you know, there could be so many reasons, and maybe, and not to go down like a trail, because this person's life, whoever we're describing, could have so many reasons why they're like, don't want to go to school and why they're crying all the time. But like when you think about the, like when I think about the history of hair, man, it's deep. It's, my history with hair is deep. And so right now I have sister locks, and sister locks are just little, they're little tiny locks. And you know, for those of you who don't know what locks are, they are, you know, and you probably do because most of us are adults here. So we probably do, but in case we don't, they are, um they're, simple way to say it would be kind of like braids, but not really. They are I mean, at least for me, they are permanent. And so yeah, they're really tiny and I love them. I love them truly. But it's so meaningful, and so important to me for multiple different reasons. So let's hear about your reasons. Most of my family is bald, but I always love my hair. Yeah, your hair is truly amazing, TG. Like, truly. So I am, that is what's going on. My world increased. And so now it's hard to fight people because they've increased. Okay, that's what's going on. I was just wondering why this is happening. So, um, yeah, so yeah, your hair is truly your hair is amazing. I like it a lot. Um and yeah, isn't it interesting how like different people view it or, you know, experience it? Al, you said guy hair culture, it's my personal choice. Grew my hair long to cover my scar on my head so I don't get asked about it. I get that. That is real. And honestly, that is such a, again, personal choice. And also, it is very personal to you. And so, you know, I think that's, again, something we don't ask about. We don't ask about those things. And sometimes some therapists do ask about those things. But when you're coming to therapy, even for things that might not have anything to do with your hair, knowing that that is important and that is part of the journey for you, like when it comes to, you know, your experiences, that's helpful to know. Dang it. Nah, I'm not gonna make it there. Cat, look at y'all catching them. Gotta catch them all. Is a ginger with long hair and a beard. Oh wow, nice. I love that. And you know what? Gingers, I feel like have so much like hair history. Truly. It's, oh, I'm about to get them. Um Gingers have so much hair history as well. I love like reddish hair. Why isn't this, why aren't they getting shocked? I know I'm not hitting them, but like also it's, they're in water. They need to be like electrocuted. All right, let's see. There we go. So I just realized I can play Genshin Impact. Yes, Rose. Yes, Rose. Use my link if you can. Play Genshin and reach level, I think it's level 16, 17. I don't know. But point is, we gotta play. We gotta play. Would love to join the world and play the things. Cause my gosh. long beard. And look, beards even mean a lot to certain people. Certain people have beards and they're like, look, this is my crown, okay? And so I think that is super, again, going back to what I was saying about, like, you know, different things meaning different stuff to different people, like respecting different people's like experiences. I really think that's like core. Respect the experience. I've always liked my hair, even though I'm constantly changing it. I love how versatile I can be with it and experimenting with different styles. Oh, nice. Oh, you say you already have an account. You tried to play it on Parallels, but it didn't work. Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you. Thank you for trying. But still looking forward to, like, trying it out with you as you... ooh, let me get away from that. But yeah, let's talk about this word, narcissist. It is a buzzword. How do y'all feel about, you know, just the use of that word? Because I know that there are a lot of like, and honestly, I think a dope girl with a dope black girl with anxiety on Twitter, Bree, she is thebomb.com. And she actually brought this up and it made me think about it, that idea of like narcissism, and the use of that word. It is a buzzword. It really is. And so I am curious about, yeah, most people don't know what it means. I think narcissist has become overused. I agree. Any other thoughts on that? I personally, I feel like we are in an age where I sound like an old person. We're in an age, you know, this day and age. That made me think of Family Matters. It's a rare condition this day and age. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I don't want to get on my singing train. But it feels like we are in a space where we are... Ooh! Oh, dang it. I don't think I can get that from there. Maybe I can. Oh, I gotta drop first. I'll get that later. Anyone who cares even a bit about themselves is a narcissist. The face. Same as gaslighting. People just be throwing that word around. Truly, I agree. But I also think there are a couple things to that, in my opinion. And let me just clarify, a lot of this is in my opinion, and it might be professional opinion, but also recognize that anything you take from here, please do not, like, you know, please think through it yourself. Research it yourself. Anything like that, just know that it's not specific, like, professional advice to you, because, yeah, we're here just having conversation, and I want to just make sure you recognize that. If you type !find a therapist, then it will have a couple of links to, like, therapy websites. You can also look at my website, and it's in my about page. And I have, like, a list of, you know, resources for those of you who are looking for more resources to a therapist. So anyway, my opinion about, wait, let me say what you say goes. To me, it means someone who is so selfish in life that they hurt those around them to get ahead. I get you. That makes sense. You know, I think that it's important to recognize, like, some of these terms are clinical and some of them are colloquial. And I think that is what we struggle with in our society, the difference between clinical and colloquial. And so clinical terms, like, you know, disorders are labeled that from, you know, professionals who said, like, okay, these set of symptoms point to this diagnosis. This person will say this person is diagnosed with this thing because they have these sets of symptoms. And that really is all there is to, like, diagnoses. Sometimes it feels like, a lot emotionally. It means different things to different people, but, like, logically, clinically, It is a set of like symptoms. Oh, oh my gosh, I was not prepared. Um, it is basically a set of symptoms, and oh, what is she doing? That you have and that you experience, and they put them together and they say, hey, this is what we're going to call this set of symptoms. This is what we're going to call this set of symptoms. So that's essentially what it is. So the colloquial terms is what we deem as society as something. So that is like different slang that we use. Um, different slang that we use, such as like, oh wait, I think I missed the message from Serafina earlier. Gingers seem to be often treated as badly as people with a different skin color in some contexts too. I get that. I get that. A lot of people, have different experiences based on different things that they have and different things that they, were born with. Um, they like there are people who get treated certain ways because of even their hair color, and that's why a lot of people that I know who are gingers, they like dye their hair, and and I think that's one thing that makes it a little bit different than like people who can't change their color. Sometimes they could try to dye their dye their skin, and also like the treatment, especially as children. I heard, I actually have a friend who is a ginger, and man, it was like ridiculous the way they were treated in school, and it was like they couldn't change it at all. Like their parents wouldn't allow them to change it. They had so much trauma from it, and so yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Um, truly, I agree, Ian. I agree. Grocery store order here. Okay, Rose, get them groceries. Yes, super easy, like a lot easier to mask, but also, the fact that you have to mask in order to be treated kindly is ridiculous. And do not get me started on ADHD, autism, neurodivergence. Like, do not get me started on that. um, ooh. Okay, so I think what I was gonna say about the diagnosis in colloquial terms, that's what I was headed. So colloquial terms, we just make them up in society, when people say, kabam, that is the saying. Apparently there's a word, Riz, that I have no idea how to use it properly. Somebody has Riz when they, please teach me, friends. But Riz means something. And it means something to someone, but does not mean the same thing to me, because I have a different language that I speak when I mean probably that same thing. But society has accepted it as this thing. Even like, let's even use the example, the what does they say? What is an idiom that we use all the time? I sometimes use the mug example. It's hot than a mug out here. And we, that's kind of like we use that and we say, oh, Riz is style. Okay. Thank you, Ian. I could all day about ADHD, and I'm diagnosed for over 10 years now. It's a real struggle. Oh man, I hear you. And thanks for sharing that. I've just been diagnosed for maybe like 3 years, 2 years, 2 years, 3 years. No, it was about 3 years. And struggle is real, but like I can imagine. I think Riz is like style. I really do. I think, okay. Oh, you said it's like charisma when trying to woo somebody. Okay. I think I get it. I get that. Serafina, you said trying to be autistic, ginger queer, and gender queer. Like I was at school age. Yeah, I attracted all the bullies. Woo, man. I can imagine. That absolutely sucks. Truly, because, and I just feel like the bully tolerance at school is ridiculous. The fact that is like still a thing even.
I'll catch up.
Come on, people. Come on, school systems. Get it together. But yeah, like Riz. So I say like, yes, it's hot than a mug. And that means that it is very hot. And so when people say things, you know, you get that. Like, you get that. If I say it's hot than a mug, you'd be like, yeah, I get that. And hold on one second. I see a message and need to make sure I am doing what I need to do here. Hold on. Okay. So so anyway, you get what I'm saying when I say that, right? And so when people say narcissist, the problem is that I have is people are saying this person is selfish. They think this person is selfish. They think this person, like, that is what I'm like I get when it comes to the colloquial term narcissism. They're basically saying this person is full of themselves, but instead of saying this person is full of themselves, they're saying this person is a narcissist. Well, there is a group of diagnostic criteria that makes someone a narcissist that is not actually just being full of themselves. And honestly, like, I think it's important to recognize that I truly believe that narcissism is underdiagnosed, but overused. Because, like, truly, our society is like, I believe that it, you know, this is my personal opinion, so you can take it or disagree. Truly, feel free. But I think our society is like definitely not pro narcissist, but like the way that our like capitalism works and the way that all of these things work, it's like you have to, like, for instance, one of the criteria is like a lack of empathy. And so when we, you know, let's say we're going through something, we see somebody's going through something, and it's, you know, inconveniencing us for whatever reason, then we're like, you know, we get told, don't worry about them, just worry about yourself, don't focus on anybody else but yourself. And so, like, even if you actually care about that person, even if you are like, no, this person is somebody I've committed to being friends with, I've committed to a relationship with them, like, no, I care about them, they're like, no, don't worry about them, you know. And so I think sometimes, like, we are, you know, we have individualism, and that's, you know, that's fine if you are more individualistic, and I'm not shaming anybody who says that or does that, or, you know, nothing like that. But I think that it's just one of those, again, just one diagnostic criteria that is encouraged. Sometimes that lack of empathy is encouraged, especially when it comes to those who do have more you know, privileged identities. So, you know, not to shame anybody here, because we ain't doing that today. We just talking, okay? And if for whatever reason you do feel like, hey, this is hurt my feelings or whatever, then please feel free to send me a message, because I want to clarify. And I think that, like, one of the things with, like, you know, discussing some of these topics, these really important topics and also hard topics, is that sometimes, you know, different things hit people different ways. And, you know, I always appreciate the opportunity to repair with people. Oh, thank you for oh! It's the Lethal Company. It's a Lethal Company spider sound. Thank you for those 50 bits. I appreciate you, Al. But yeah, I was just saying, like, item not found. Oh, Ultra Ball. Oh man, I don't know why that doesn't work. So anyway, yeah, I always like appreciate the opportunity to repair if necessary. So if, as we're talking, you're like, that didn't sit well with me, you know, let me know, tell me why, let's talk. But yeah, so anyway, there is diagnostic criteria for even gaslighting. So, you know, TG brought up the example of gaslighting. Gaslighting is not necessarily a, like, somebody has this diagnosis, like they are a gaslighter. You know, but it is more in the terms of, like, in the abusive field of things. And often gaslighting is a real thing, and often people do that and are encouraged to do that, you know, in our society. Um, and gaslighting is just basically when it's crazy making. It's truly making, it's kind of like making you think that you are, you know, something's wrong with you when, you know, like the other person has done the problematic behavior. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, what's wrong with you when they're the ones who did the thing? It's basically not taking responsibility or accountability for actions. Um, and a lot of people do that. And a lot of people use that. But they don't necessarily, like, when you are, let's say for instance, I do something, I say something, or person A says something that offends person B. And person B is like, well, you did this and blah, blah, blah. And they like came at them like, blah, 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 you know, whatever blah, blah, blah means. Person one is genuinely like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not making sense to me, because they're like yelling and they don't understand what the person is saying. And they're like, stop gaslighting me. You need to take responsibility. But it's like, wait, what is the responsibility to take? What responsibility are you taking? So let me pull my camera over a little bit because I'm a little bit out of focus. Yeah, what responsibility are you taking? And so I think that is, you know, that's important to communicate properly. And so some people might be gaslighting when they genuinely just don't understand the situation. And so it is, gaslighting is an abusive tactic used for people to like skirt away from responsibility and put the responsibility on another person. And I know I'm talking really fast. Let me slow it down a little bit. So when it comes to that, yeah, it's really important to communicate. And one of the questions that I like to ask is like, what did you mean by that? Like, when I talk to, she's talking, hold up. There we go. So when when I'm going through a situation with somebody and they're like, well, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? I encourage anybody like not to jump to, oh, you're gaslighting me. You're making me sound crazy. You're making me, no, like, this might be bringing up something from my past when somebody wasn't listening to me or somebody was indeed gaslighting me. What is this? My goodness. And it's reminding me of that situation. And so, you know, I can't jump to, like, honestly jump to, oh, this person is gaslighting me. What did you, like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by this? Because this is what I'm getting from that. Like, this is what I'm picking up. What do you really mean by it? Because, you know, especially if you're in a relationship with them, you love them, they love you. You know that. Like, give them the benefit of the doubt and, like, say, okay, wait, give me a second. I know that you care about me. I know I care about you. When I think about people who care about each other, they're not purposely trying to, like, harm the person. So, because of that reason, what did you mean by this? Because this is how I'm feeling and this is what's coming up for me. And how I'm, like, the story I'm telling myself is that you know, blank, blank, blank. What do you mean? Got you. Okay, oh, do you see this? Do you see this, MJO? You see this thing over here? We need to pin this and come back and fight it when you are available, because I am not about to do this on my own. Okay? We're gonna pull, yeah, we're gonna keep her out. That's such a great approach. Yeah, I'm glad you think so, because truly that is one communication tip that I have for most of my clients, especially couples, because couples tend to get into that, like, what do you know, like, you're talking to me this way, and basically making assumptions about the other person. And you can totally, like, again, assumptions are important because that's how you stay out of danger. That's how you function in the world. We make a lot of assumptions, but, like, we gotta own that they're actually assumptions. We gotta own that, like, we're assuming this is the case. Not that it actually is the case, but that's our assumption that it's the case. And if we care about that other person, then take the time to say, like, what do you mean? Because, you know, you don't want to assume these things, but that's what's coming up for you. Is it your stuff or is it their stuff? If you think somebody's harming you and they don't intend to harm you, you know, again, like, let's talk about the difference between intention versus impact. That is absolutely important. Absolutely important. So, there is intention where somebody is like, ooh, I was trying to get that, but we'll have to come back to it. There is intention where somebody is like, you know, like what somebody intends to do versus what it feels like, the impact that it has on people. And so that's a hard one because it's like, you know how when somebody says, you know, you made me feel sad because you did this thing. Well, you know, a lot of people say, well, I didn't make you feel any kind of way. You felt that way on your own. And that is a possibility. That is truly a possibility. Because we feel our own emotions, we need to take responsibility for our own emotions. Truly. Like, truly. When you feel sad, you are the one who feels sad. You are the one who feels angry. You are the one who feels these things. However, big however. Oh, no, they didn't. Just knock me out of here. So you need to take responsibility for your emotions. However, there are people that affect you. There is an effect. You do have an effect on people. And so, you know, when somebody does something, when you say you made me sad that you know that this is the case. Well, how about we say this situation, this thing made me sad. This thing that you did made me sad. And I think that kind of it's not the easiest thing, and it sounds, you know, simpler than it is. But the fact is, like, you are responsible to, like, own your emotions and say, like, this is how I feel. I feel this way. And identify, I feel this way when I felt this way when you did this thing. So you did the thing and then I felt this way. And not to say that that person made you feel, but it's like you felt this way in response to what the person did. And if the person cares about you, they'll probably want to know more. And if they do care about you and they don't want to know more, that doesn't mean they don't care about you. That means that maybe they don't have the space to know more. But, like, do with that what you will, because there's a lot that comes from that piece. But I think what is she doing? She needs to get up and fight. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into that. But I think that the core of it is you take responsibility for your emotion and they take responsibility for their behavior. The behavior is, you know, yelling at you, we'll say. They need to take responsibility for that because they did yell at you and that was not okay. However, you felt sad, you felt angry, you felt upset. I felt upset when you yelled at me. That is the truth of the matter. Like, and I think that's something to remember, you know, as you're navigating life, as we're navigating stuff, that, like, give people the opportunity to take responsibility for their actions by telling them, hey, this is the action that, you know, you took that made that, you know, that, and I felt like this way. And you can say, yeah, this made me feel this way. But, like, often people feel defensive when you say you made me feel this way. So that's just, like, a little tip. I mean, you can take it or leave it, of course. Feel free to always take or leave any of this, because, you know, we just out here chatting it up. But how do y'all, like, deal with communication stuff, like communication errors and things where, you know, there's a misunderstanding? How do you deal with that? You said, I see that. I got you. Yes, thank you for clap it up, because truly it's real. I've been married for 11 years now, And man, it's been so amazing. I truly love, like I really love my I'm like, oh, I love my husband. I do. I really do. And you know, part of like what makes us work so well is that communication piece. Like we don't, it's like, yeah, we, you know, everybody gets into like spats at every now and then, but like it's like we learned how to fight. We learned how to talk to each other and what, you know, what things bother us or what activators come up when we, you know, are doing life. And yeah, it's one of those things that's like, because I love you, I'm going to respect what, you know, what are your activators. And so there's one example I always use is that, and that's disclaimers. Um, And to me, I feel like disclaimers, man, I hate them so much. I hate disclaimers. And when I say disclaimers, I hate disclaimers. There are some that's like cool, but like for the most part, I'm like, man, if you have something to say, just say it. Please just say it, because I can't take the disclaimer. I'm going to be on the defensive. You know, when people say, okay, don't get mad, but don't give me a disclaimer. Just tell me. Just tell me. And so to me, that feels like a sign of trust when somebody just tells me something. It makes me feel like they don't trust my response. And that's just a personal thing that I struggle with, you know, like that's my thing. You know, I'm like, why don't you trust how I'm going to respond? You know, why don't you like, you know, and that starts to activate me. And so, you know, he knows that when he wants to tell me something, he just says, "Hey, you know, I'm gonna let you know that's what this thing happened." And it's like, "Whoa, let me gather myself, let me gather the things, and you know, I'll be okay, but like give me a minute." But for him, he needs a disclaimer. He absolutely needs a disclaimer. He's one that's like, "You need to let me know your intentions before you speak." And not in a negative way, but it's like that's his emotion saying that. Like, man, anytime I've just said the things, and I mean, no, not anytime. Sometimes I'll just say the things depending on the weight of it. But sometimes it's like if I know it's going to be heavy and I know it's going to activate him or trigger him or give him pause, and I'll say, "Hey, I want to tell you this thing, and I want you to know that like I don't mean any harm. I'm not trying to like, do this or that or make you feel any kind of way." And we had to do that more often, like when we were like first were together. We don't have to do that as much now. But I'd say like, "Okay, here's the thing," and then I'd tell him, and then he's like, "Oh, okay. Now that I know that this is the case, I'm cool. I'm good. I needed to know your intention. I needed to know how you felt about that beforehand." And it works, and that's how we communicate with each other. And so we talk about like treat people how you want to be treated. And I think that's true. Like, yeah, treat people how you want to be treated. But also, how about treat people how you would want to be treated with like consideration. And so treat people how they would like to be treated, how they need to be treated, versus how you would like to be treated. Because to be honest, like, I don't want a disclaimer at all, but he does. But please don't give me a disclaimer, but I will give you one. And so that is a way of communication that's been super helpful for us. So that's just a thought for anybody who, ooh, what is this? I don't know if I want to do that. Let's go back to Mondstadt for a second. And we talking about all the things today, and I do not want to bore you if you are like, all right, let her stop talking about this mental health stuff. So I will give us a minute to be in the game for a bit, okay? After I respond to some of this. So Al, you said I try to re-clarify what I said. Okay, nice. I like that. I like that. Clarifying, giving people a chance to like hear you, truly, especially when if there's any neurodivergence, we struggle with like feeling heard and feeling like understood in a way that's like I don't know, just like feeling misunderstood, I'd say. it's like I'll say this thing and then it's like somebody takes it a different way, and it's we gotta clarify, re-clarify, and so that I think that's really important. Um, Ian, I don't like disclaimers because if you're telling me not to be mad, I'm gonna be mad. So why is this happening? Ian, you are with me on that, okay? You are with me, and I appreciate that. That is real. That is why. And I think that, like, when somebody's like, okay, don't be mad. No, do not tell me how to feel. Do not tell me how to feel. Let me feel how I'm going to feel, and trust that I'm going to respect you and be kind afterwards. And, and sometimes people do that for themselves because they struggle. They know that they need to say something. They know they need to tell someone something, but they can't hold the response. They can't hold the emotions afterward. I get that. I get that. When people are like, hey, I'm going to tell you something. And even though I'm like, oh, disclaimer, but it's for themselves. And they're like, I just am going to tell you. I don't need a response. I don't need. And so, like, those kinds are helpful, like behavioral ones. But, like, when you're like, here's how to feel. Absolutely not. Don't do it. Ian, you said this is not boring. People don't talk enough about mental health on this platform. Yes, well, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the conversation, because I am truly enjoying the conversation. I love talking to y'all about these things and talking with y'all about these and hearing your opinions, and I appreciate it. Back Rose got everything put away. Look at you being productive, Rose. I would love to give a shout out to the Rose Patch. Because Rose is the bomb.com. I feel like Rose always just really helps me be productive. Because I don't know, you just be on it, Rose. And even if you feel like you're not on it, there are certain things that you're like, yeah, I gotta do this and I gotta do this. And I'm like, ooh, okay, you're about to do this? Oh, let me go do this. And so, Rose is like my productive buddy. Al, you said when I got with my girlfriend over 7 years ago, as we were learning about each other, we talked and came up with safe words. If things were too much for each other, we could just stop and discuss what made the other uncomfy. Oh, I love that so much, Al. I absolutely love that. And that is so effective. The idea of a safe word. Um, it's funny because me and my friends have my gamer friends, we have a safe word for gaming sometimes, because it's like, okay, here's the thing, I need a minute, and often we don't usually have to use it, but just in case, it's like, okay, we need a break, I need a break, and here's the word for it. It's like when you need a break and you don't know how to say it, you need a minute for it. So the fact that y'all do that together, and you let's say the word is cockakachoo. I feel like it could lighten the mood using the safe word depending on what it is. But then also it's like it gives you the opportunity to pause and get out of the conversation so that you can look at the conversation, if that makes sense. When you're in it, it's so hard to actually see yourself and see what's going on. But pulling yourself out of it, the safe word, I imagine, kind of brings you to a spot where you're like, okay, let's look at the conversation versus being in the conversation. And that, I think that's super helpful. Let me plug up my computer, my laptop here. I wanted to plug it up because I feel like, there we go. Sorry, give me a second, y'all. Because I had some of my streaming stuff on my laptop, and man, the laptop died. Story of my life.
Do you take sugar?
Story of my life. Laptop dying all the time. Anytime I do telehealth appointments, I'm like, wait a second, client. Let me plug up my laptop. Hey Tay, welcome in. How are you doing this morning? we're talking about the things and playing Genshin Impact, which we just fighting people really. We can do a quest. Let's do go back to the guiding light ceremony. We can't teleport here. So let's teleport here so we can try to see what's going on. Oh, let's see y'all. So we can make sure we can like try this so we can get out of this mode and we can do like co-op mode. Okay. We good? We good. Um there we go. Manager. Okay, I think we're good. You need to get a new battery for your laptop? Oh my gosh, y'all. I forgot. First of all, let me just say the getting new batteries, like getting a new charger is one thing. Getting a whole new battery is a whole new, like it's a whole different beast. So the fact that you got to get a whole new battery is oof, rough. Absolutely rough. Um but what was I gonna say? Oh, breaking the seal in Storm Terror's lair. Let's do that. I was gonna say that we have drops available for Genshin. So as you're watching, get them drops. Y'all hear? Ooh, y'all hear? We can get them drops. All right, there we go. Okay. What magical laptop do you have that doesn't have a built-in battery? Look, even so, here's the thing. I feel like the ones with the built-in battery that you have to replace, those are the worst. I mean, if it's not a built-in battery, I mean, if it has a built-in battery, then it's like, oh, we good. We can just like replace it. I mean, I don't love that. Like, I don't love that option, but you can just easily replace it. But when you don't have, like, when you do have a built-in battery, no, you gotta go through a whole ordeal to get that replaced. Completely. Can't access mine even if I wanted to. Same. I don't think I can. I have a MacBook Pro. What kind of laptop do y'all have? Yay!
Wow, this light actuating ceremony does work magic. It looks like one of the 3 halos above has now become solid ground.
Ooh, let me change my
Let's
people.
start looking for the next puzzle.
I can't be out here with these like low-level people. And not to be rude, y'all look amazing. But we need the big dogs. We need OG. Actually, we don't need OG. We need we have a thing called like the big girls. We have a party called the big girls because they're the big girls. They have the highest levels. um let's see. I have a MacBook Air. Okay, HP Envy. Nice. I have a MacBook, but I also have I think I have an HP. I think I have an HP as well. I don't use it often for like, everyday stuff. I actually use it for neural feedback. If y'all have y'all heard of neural feedback before? It is amazing, truly. Neural feedback is another kind of therapy. It's not as what's the word? It's not as talkative as talk therapy. I mean, as EMDR. So let me go back. So we talked about EMDR earlier today, which is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And so EMDR is not very talkative at all. You do some sets of like bilateral stimulation, which activates the left side of your brain and the right side of your brain. You know, you do some of that, and I'm not about to fight these people. Um, so you do that, and after your like bilateral stimulation, you tell the therapist like, okay, what did you get now? Well, I got this. This is the thing that came up for me. Okay, cool. Go with that, and then you have to. Oh, dang it! Dang, I do gotta fight. All right, the big girls, we got this. But yeah, so hold on, give me a sec, because they're probably gonna die. They're probably gonna die, because they got a lot going on here. Whoops. So anyway, let me see if I can at least get it, at least get the big one down, and then we can like return to the conversation. Oh my gosh, these, let me tell y'all, when I play this by myself, I'm like, click, 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 stress, 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 boom, boom, boom. I'm like in it, and I'm like leaning forward. Yeah, it's a whole ordeal. I'm trying to keep it cute for y'all, because let me tell you, it'd be a whole situation. Oh, I got one of these. Oh, I already got one, so I will leave them. Actually, no, I still want the chest. Let's do that. Anyway, we got the big person, so we can, you know, we can be done with, you know, getting so deep in it. Poison Leaf, welcome in. You said, well, on the bright side, at least she's not the one with the shield. Look. You have not heard of neurofeedback either? Okay, so let me just share. Neurofeedback is a type of therapy that works with the different parts of your brain. That's why I mentioned in EMDR, you know, you activate the left side of your brain and the right side. So neurofeedback is is basically a I will say you put these electrodes on your head, and you don't do it, the therapist does it. I would basically put the electrodes on the client and get feedback from their brains, get an idea of what their brain waves are doing, and see what kinds of brain waves that are like activated and what levels they're at. And so, like, you know, you have different waves in your brain, like delta waves and theta waves, and some are responsible. Like, if you have a lot of those and you're like, let's say for instance you have a lot of delta waves and you're awake, and I'm still learning, I'm still like in the process of learning. So if you have a lot of delta waves and you're awake, then that's a sign that like you kind of like have, you know, you're kind of in a sleepy state though, like, but you're awake. These delta waves, if they're overactive, then it can mean that your brain is like, you're probably gonna have to work really, really hard in order to like get to a spot mentally where you feel, you know, like you can actually get something done. Because your brain is like, no, we are trying to sleep. What are you doing? Why are you trying to do work right now? Well, because it's work time and you're awake. You're not asleep. And so it gives, like, there's this program that I have. It gives you, did I get all of the ones from here, over here? I don't think I did. I don't think I did, actually. So give me a sec. I'm about to look at the map real quick. Try to figure out what is going on here. Okay, yes, I'm gonna go back to this waypoint and see if I can find it. But yes, so it gives your brain feedback on what's going on, like what's going on. What do stress waves look like? I'm probably a typhoon up in here. So you know what? It's like frequency versus it's like the amount of waves versus like the speed of the waves. Like, it's a lot, actually. Like, it's a lot of science, truly. So when I look at somebody's brain, really it kind of it looks super sciencey because it's a lot. But I'm looking at, you know, this is where these waves are, this is where these waves are. And if you have a brain that is like I said, overactive in some areas, you basically watch a series of like videos or like do puzzles. You'll go through like a puzzle and you don't really have to do anything. Your brain is just doing the things that it needs to do. And when your brain responds in a way that is you know, like y- within the band or within the area, and this is, again, I'm trying to explain it so that it makes sense, because even when I try to explain it in sciencey terms, it's like, oh, brain. So it basically, your brain is rewarded when you respond, when your brain has like a certain activity that is like meant for it to do. So example, hey Pyro, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. So we're just talking about neurofeedback right now, and we're on the Women's Guild Raid Train. So exclamation point TWG. That is the Women's Guild Raid Train command, and you'll see all of the details about the Women's Guild Raid Train here. And we will be raiding out in about an hour, I believe. To another station. So I'm super excited about that. So anywho, so when your brain that's where I was giving you an example. Example would be, you're playing Fortnite and you are shooting and you're missing. When you shoot and you make it, you get that ping sound, right? And when that sound hits, it's like, oh, okay, that was right. That was good. Reward. Brain, send that dopamine, send that all of the reward chemicals, because that's cool that we got this right. And so your brain responds, and it next time it makes it easier to hit that target. And so yes, it is, Ian. It is some subtle training, because our brain, and this is why gamers, we really do need to be balanced when it comes to our gaming and self-care in other ways, like not just making gaming a self-care activity, making other things that are like going outside, you know, reading, multiple things are self-care, because our brains are being trained. And that's literally neurofeedback. Neurofeedback is called neurofeedback training because your brain is being trained. Can I get in here without getting hurt? Nope, we're not doing that. Nope, we're just running to the other side. Or we can teleport. Boom, we are teleporting here outside with the grass and people. Poison leaf. But inside is so cozy for me. I agree. Starts playing game, reward sounds play when I need to feel better. Look, yes. Hey Ro, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. I get that. It's interesting because like our brains really are. It's like our brains are so interesting, at least to me. And so neurofeedback training, it's basically like, if you are in an activated state, let's say you play Call of Duty all the time, and then you go and you try to read a book, your brain is like, absolutely not. I am used to a lot of bam, bam, pow, pow. What do you mean I need to sit down and I need to focus? Absolutely not. So, if that is where your brain is, and it's very active to the point where you can't concentrate on anything. I mean, not necessarily on anything, because you can concentrate on Call of Duty. But if you can't concentrate on things that you might find boring or slower paced things, then that is what it works on. We sit and we plug up the things. Oh no! What are these things trying to fight me? Don't. Okay, fine. Give me one sec. Let me Make sure. Don't play the soft music when I'm in a fight, friend. We need the let's get lit music. let's get them lit. What kind of chant are they doing? Okay. This is hard. Okay, one sec. Let's get them killed first. At least one of them, again, because these are all like bigger bosses that we need to get before we actually go ahead and finish this conversation. This is like commercial break for the mental health stuff, fighting these things, because I did not anticipate we were gonna have to do that. Oh no, Lisa is about to pass out, y'all. Let's give Lisa some food. Let's give them all some defense. Let's give Lisa some food here. Because we need you to survive, friend. We need you to survive. Give them some berries, whatever these things are. Yep. All right. All of y'all are good. Okay. Ooh. How long have I been playing Genshin? Oh my gosh. I have been playing it for about... Oh no, I had a time limit? Aw, dang it. Okay. Challenge failed. Is that okay? Can I be okay with the challenge failing? All right, that's fine. That's fine with me. Just get me out of here. Oh no, it's not fine. But let me finish this thought. Let's see. Poison leaf. In my defense, I work in retail. I get my people limit on the first 8 hours of the day. Look, I get that. So do what you need to do, Poison, because, and this is literally for everybody. Do what you need to do. I'm just talking about neurofeedback and what we do, and also encouraging balanced self-care. How long have you been playing Genshin? Since last week. Truly, since last week. So if you have any tips, Mickey, you want to share, please share them, because, friend, I do not know what I'm doing up in here. Y'all bonding over retail. Yes, I used to work in retail and hated it so much. Usually met my people quota within the first few minutes. Okay, y'all. I worked in retail for about a month or two, maybe 2 months. I worked at Michael's. 2 months in my whole life. I worked at Michael's. And I love Michael's. And I'm like, ooh, I get discounts and all the things. Because, I was in school and I was like, let me just, get these discounts. Because I'm a planner girl. And I liked all the planner things with all the stickers and things. Man, let me tell you. I never worked on Friday. Never. Then the boss says, no, she doesn't actually say anything. Okay. She doesn't actually say anything. And, she just puts me on the schedule for Friday. She puts me on the schedule for a Friday. And I'm like, not just any Friday, Black Friday. And I'm like, why am I on the schedule for Black Friday? Because I don't work on Friday, period. She says, what do you mean? It's retail. Literally, that's how she sounded. Kind of like corporate Erin on TikTok, if you've ever seen her. What do you mean? It's retail. I was like, and it's also Friday. And I don't work on those. So I will not be working. She's like, what do you mean? It's retail. It's retail. You expect to work. Listen, I'm not from retail. I'm not from the background of retail, okay? I don't know about retail, and I don't know the expectations of retail, but you do know my expectations, and my expectations are I don't work on Friday. And so why you putting me on the schedule for Friday when I'm never here on Friday? I don't work on Fridays. I got things to do on Friday. And you're saying just because it's Black Friday, you get to schedule me and I got to put my life down? Absolutely not. And y'all are in the chat with me. Absolutely not. Okay. You worked at Two Michaels too? Yes. And Joe, okay, I see you, Mickey. Joanne's. Yeah, no. Not good for the addiction, not good for the wallet. But let me tell you something. After seeing like y'all know how this is. When you scan it and you see the price that they pay and then you see the price that the people pay, I do that now. Anytime I have to go to Michael's, I'm mad because I'm like, I know y'all got this for 60 cents and I gotta pay $30 for it. How dare you? How dare you? They need extra hands. Yeah, they do need extra hands. They absolutely do. And I feel that because there are some people that are just, I mean, especially retail, treated poorly on Black Friday. But when I tell you I don't work on a certain day, I don't work on the day. And so I actually had plans to be out of town and I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to be here because I'm going to be out of town. And she's like, oh my gosh. Okay. Try not to schedule me on a day that I, am not here. So he said, sees myself out immediately. I get you, Ian. Rose, I learned how to make Christmas bows. Oh, Rose. Okay, we need a workshop. Bro, I worked at Acme Markets for a while, so I worked the deli and it was butcher. Okay, the amount they paid for the cases of meat for items. Oh my gosh, it's wild, ain't it? Like seeing what they get versus the upcharge. I mean, I know people got to make a profit. I do. I do get it. But it's too much. Been out of the game for too long, but one tip I would give is to learn the elemental strengths or weaknesses against other elements. Yes, thank you, Al, and thank you, Mickey, for sharing your expertise on it, because I will take you up on that. Truly, like, don't be surprised if I hit you up in the guild or in DM, like, hey, Mickey, can you can you help me with this? Can you come to my world and help me out here? So I appreciate all the tips when it comes to this. I'm still learning the weaknesses. I feel like I love the ice. I love the ice thunder or electricity connection. Like, I like that effect. So I use it. I try to use it all the time, even though I know for everybody it doesn't work. But I'm just like, overcharge. Let's do that. I still got contacts at my old store. Oh, nice. You get stuff for cheap. I moment. I think it might have been like a couple of I'd say like a couple of, maybe not weeks, but I guess for a couple of weeks. Why isn't this working? I gotta fight them. Let me change party. See if the other party will be able to get them better. Cause I like the big girls, the big girls, but like we need another party too. Let's go with the OG. Let's go with the OG squad. Yeah, let's do that. So you said a block of cheese. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And that's so wild that like that's even a thing. All right, let's try to press this button. The problem that I'm having is trying to get rid of them in such a short period of time. That's what I'm running into. There we go. No, where is the other one? Okay, here we go. 3. There we go. Oops. He's down. Trying to get him. Ooh. Y'all, this is complicated. Alright, now I gotta just get this one down in a short period of time. Like 1 minute. We got this.
A little closer.
Oh, there's a Genshin thread. Oh, yay. I'm excited. Thanks for the lurk, Rose. Alright, so... Oops, didn't mean to switch. I'm still getting the hang of these, Oh, wow, he's down. How about that? Alright, let's use her. She has good ability. Swirl and Hopefully that hits him a good amount. Hopefully. We got a couple seconds. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna join that Genshin thread. Yes, thanks for the lurk. Will you, well, if you ever need some music muscle to come help you, we can assist you. Yes, please, Poison. Yes. Y'all, I need all the help. Please send me a message. I will make sure to, like, review the VOD to, like, grab um, your stuff, like your names and things. Hey, good morning. Alas. Um, I need to do that because if I press a button outside of this, like right now, and actually I might be able to do it now here on my laptop. There we go. And Mickey, let me make sure I got you. Okay. Um, but yes, I'm so glad you're here from the Women's Guild exclamation point TWG. For Women's Guild information. For those of you who are coming in, I'm MJ Harts. I am a gamer and also a licensed mental health therapist. And I also talk about both of those things together so that we can talk about things that we don't normally get to talk about in these spaces. So I appreciate y'all being here, truly. We've been having such good conversation. Thank you for the request. Thank you. So we have been discussing a lot of different things. I think we were talking about the lady who made me who tried to get me to work on a Friday in retail. And I was telling her, please, please, I don't work on Fridays. But anyway, let me get back to neurofeedback. That's where we were before. And so for those of you who are just coming in, I was talking about the type of therapy called neurofeedback that is basically a brain training. And I was talking about how, using the example of I think I was on the example of Call of Duty. If you're playing Call of Duty and you're used to the bam pows, a lot of the grenade here, planting claymore, all of the yelling and stuff. Let me get up here. This is hard. I'm gonna have to go around. Actually, no, I'm gonna actually go here, maybe? Let's go here. Calm before the storm. Teleport. Yes. So,
I'm thinking about turning these adventures into songs after we're done.
Wait a sec, y'all. Oh, I don't have to press it. So, as we pause... Oh, I do need to go there. Great idea. I can't. I already started it, but we will do that. We will walk over there. So we're talking about neurofeedback and Call of Duty, and if you have a hard time sitting down to read a book or just kind of calming your body, if you are going to therapy for neurofeedback, using neurofeedback, you sit down, you get plugged up, your brain gets plugged up at the different points. It's not putting anything into your brain, it's just giving your brain feedback. So it's safe. It's not like you would get electrocuted. It's very effective for ADHD symptoms. It's very effective for anxiety, depression, attention, all of that. And so they, use an example of Call of Duty, plugged up, watching something on the screen. And as when your brain calms, it gets a reward. When your brain is within that band, that reward band of calm, it gets a reward. And let me go to the just chatting screen since we're just chatting for now. Can move the screen over a little bit. So it gets that reward of calming, yay, you calm down, here's a reward for that. And so your brain is ooh, I like that reward, let me do that again. And so throughout the training, your brain is I'm liking feeling a little calm. Okay, cool. You do that. It is very subtle. Somebody mentioned it's subtle earlier. It is very subtle, and it's over time your brain starts to enjoy that calm, and so it's a lot easier for you to regulate. You play, you might play a game and then your brain is okay, I can now sit down and watch a movie. But that's the thing about these games. They're so, like, they are so good. Like, they feel so good. And I was saying earlier, like, it's really important as a gamer to get a balanced self care routine. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a routine, like a thing that you do on a normal basis, but like, if gaming is your self care, then it might be helpful to do different kinds of games, like that, go between like a Call of Duty and then maybe a Stardew Valley, or you know even if they're like games that are board games or Sudoku or puzzles, try doing different things with your brain to give it that exercise, because again, as you are, I think the other day, I think I got like 64 kills in a game of Call of Duty, in a multiplayer game of Call of Duty, and I think it was like kill confirm or something, and I was like, yes. So my brain is like, yes, when you hit that, yay. Thank you for the sub, appreciate you, Ian. Becoming an official Hart University student, welcome in, new student. So your brain is like, yes. Well, my brain was like, yes, 64 kills. And so when I like try to hit the target, my brain is like, you need to hit it there. Because like, especially with this gun and this, these attachments, you need to hit it there. And so when I hit it and I actually like, hit the target, the brain is like, ooh, yes, do that next time, do that next time. And if all I'm doing is playing Call of Duty all day long, no offense to the game or any games for that matter, it really is just brain stuff. If I'm doing that all day long, all day, every day, then my brain is like, ooh, hit this target, I need this, and it's like learning. But then when it comes to writing an email or reading a book or doing something else, it's like, ooh, that's a lot harder. That's a lot harder because my brain has been training for something and not training for this other thing. And so that's why, definitely encourage the balance. But just to jumpstart that balance, if you can afford it, or if you have the resources, if you have certain insurance, you might be able to check out neurofeedback therapy. And that will help to like kind of, help along that like balancing of your brain. So that is a long way to describe neurofeedback. um, you need to work on your. Oh, okay, got that one. It's just saying not now to the bad stuff. Um, oh wait, I think I'm so late that I think I missed what it was for. This is super interesting. I'm glad you think so, Alas. I'm glad you think so. We've been talking about so much, and I really appreciate y'all joining the conversation and discussing with me, because I just love it. I really love talking with, everyone, especially in gaming communities, about these things, because I believe we are just fascinating, really. I think I play too much variety. No, I love it. Not too much variety. Is that a such thing? Always down to learn more about my brain space. Yes, right? Ian Hype, thank you. Thank you so much again for the sub. Y'all are great. Truly. I'm just appreciating y'all's presence here. So thank you. Let me go ahead and switch back to the game scene so we can hear what Paymon and all the people have to say, then go over to heal, appreciate the tip, and then do some more things. We have certainly gone through a lot.
This song will be sung for years to come by the people of Mondstadt, just like the legend of Vanessa.
I have loved that song since I was small. How are you feeling today, Honorary Knight?
How are you feeling?
I'm
feeling
completely
good.
prepared and fully confident that we can do this.
You're so reliable, Master Jean.
Luke accompanied us to the very end, despite only being an accidentally involved bystander.
Ooh!
You shared your secret with me, and I only returned your trust to the same extent.
I'm gonna just say, what about venting? Because y'all got drama.
Freedom?
When you first arrived at Mondstadt, did no one tell you that Mondstadt is the city of freedom?
Somebody did tell me that. You did, actually. Let me check the chat. I managed to keep myself stable. We will stable, but I'm more than sure I probably need help. I hear you. I don't stress out to keep a massive around of stress. Keeping a massive amount of stress cannot be healthy either. I get that. We will say stable. Got you. Got you. I really love what you do. I think mental health is important, especially on places like Twitch. Yes, and I love that you're making a thing. Yes, thank you so much, Ian. Honestly, it like I feel like, and I'll share my little story in a minute. Said way more eloquent. Thank you, Alas. I will say the part of the reason why I wanted to make it a thing is because it really is a thing already in a lot of ways. So there were different streamers that I would go watch, and for a long time, and over time, everybody, truly, every single stream, I kid you not, I'm not even exaggerating. Almost every single stream that I've stayed in for at least 30 minutes, I have heard something mental health related. Something. Because we're human. But it's somebody saying, yeah, I'm struggling in this area, or I feel this and this is really cool, I want to talk about this. Or so many people want to talk about mental health, I think, and it's hard when people don't have the skills to hold space for it. And not that that's anything wrong, because nobody is like, has to have the skill to do it. And when I say skill, I mean like the ability to respond, like to listen and then respond, and to do that in a space like a public space, because that's hard. That really is, especially when you feel like you don't know what to say. And so, not that I feel like, oh, I know everything, or I know no, not at all. Truly, this space is called Heart University, but I am also a student. So, I feel like I wanted a space where we could openly talk about it, and it wasn't necessarily considered like taboo, because whenever it's kind of iffy when you are going into a chat. It's like people might say like, oh, well, don't talk about these things because it might be considered trauma dumping, it might be considered, you know problematic. I will give you an example, and y'all let me know if y'all have heard of this before, if y'all had like this situation. So there was a situation, I think last year, where this guy, and I might be completely wrong, so please clarify if I'm off base, and you know the situation. So there was this guy, we can go back to the just chatting. So there was this guy on playing a game, and he was talking to his community. He was somebody came in, I think he was playing something. A lot of people in the chat. Seemed like he felt good. Somebody came in the chat and said, hey, what's up? He's like, hey, where you been? What's been up with you? Where have you been? I've missed you. And, the person mentioned that, like, I had a loss in my family. My mom died. And, I kid you not, he went off. Rose, you remember? He went off on that person. How dare you come to my chat and F up the vibes, and, like, you should read the room. It was a big deal. He was going off on her. And honestly, to me, it was so jarring, because I was just like, dang, like, you asked her where she's been and she responded, and you lit into her because she didn't read the room. Like, she could have said, oh, just been around, and that's what you wanted from her. You didn't want her to respond. You didn't want her to respond and say, like, where she actually was. Then why did you ask the question? And so, yeah, I agree. Yes, he asked, where have you been, and was mad about the answer. And so, to me, I see that, and, from a therapist perspective, I'm like, he probably was triggered by that. Like, and let's look at him for a moment, and, like, give grace and space for him for a second, and look at, why would someone feel so, like, adamant, so like when somebody says, hey, I'm going through this, and they respond like vehemently, like angry, it's like, whoa, something got activated there for you. That makes sense. That you were in a public space, you got activated, and you didn't know how to handle it, and so that was your response. You lashed out. I am not trying to judge him. I do feel like it, I mean, I feel like the behavior was inappropriate. The fact that you ask somebody, how are you, and you don't actually mean, how are you, because you can't hold the space for it. But the grace in for him is that he probably couldn't hold that. He was probably like, that hit him, and he said so. He did an interview afterward, and he's like, well, I fussed at her because I didn't like her. That was a different problem for a different day. But the point was, he felt triggered. He felt like when she came talking about death, she came talking about a sensitive topic, he was super upset. And he asked, how are you, but he was hoping that it was something that was not going to throw him off, and it threw him off. And so to me, I'm like, you need to take responsibility for the fact that you were thrown off, and just say, hey, I was thrown off by that. But to like call her out her name, do all of these things, like that is ridiculous. Serafina, I'm with you. Like what? Like what do you? How do you ask somebody and then like get mad at them and literally like drag them? So it was an interesting thing to watch from a distance, because I don't know either of them, and I don't know their history or their relationship, but I do know what I saw, and I'm like, that is off. That's just wrong. I agree, Mickey. Like he should have been nice, like nice to see you, and moved on. Like if you didn't want to answer, true. And sometimes like even when I read stuff, like I'll read stuff. There are some people, some streamers, and I still feel like a newbie streamer, and so sometimes I'll read stuff, and I'm like, whoa, that hit me a different way, but it's like, I'm able to hold space for these things because that's my job. Like I'm able to do that. And if I'm not able to do that, I'll say, whoa, like, let's take that conversation in a different space. Here are exclamation point find a therapist. There are links for you. And so I think that's an important and appropriate response. And I think that's part of why I wanted to like have spaces like this, because if one of us in this community, like if one of our parents passed away and we shared it, like I'm gonna say like, man, that must be absolutely hard. What do you need from us, truly? Like send a message in the Discord, let's talk about it there. If you want to share details, if you want some certain type of support, let's talk about it. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord and like discuss. And so yeah, I think that, like when it comes to games and like the things that we enjoy and the things that we do on a regular basis, that is our shared activity as a group, as streamers. We have that shared activity, and to be able to talk about mental health with it and use these things as examples, I love that. So I love that when we can talk about these things. So that's a long way to say like, this is why you don't need to be a therapist to know that that's not an appropriate response. I agree, Mickey. This is the second time I've heard someone say that the streamer asked, how are you, and didn't want an honest response. Mickey, I am with you. And I 100% agree. Like, you did not have to be a therapist to know, like, this is not okay. And I will say that therapists and other people, I mean, truly, if you've been through therapy, if you have some sort of experience, like a lot of experience with learning to manage your emotion, and I think there is a special training that we have that makes it like so that we can hold space for you, like we can hold space for you and know that like we can take care of ourselves at a different time, but like how do we hold space for you? And I think that people who are not therapists should not be I mean, not even just not therapists, but if you're not in a therapy space, like for instance, we're not in the therapy room, you shouldn't have to always like shut yourself off and listen to another person and hold space for the other person, especially when you're not feeling okay. And so, as you know, if I'm in a therapy room and somebody says something and it's jarring, which has happened multiple times, I can respond, you know, authentically, and I appreciate that. Like I do, you know, I'm a authentic therapist, but I don't, you know, put my stuff out there and like try to deal with my stuff too, because that's not what they're there for. But in these spaces, like, you know, our stuff matters. Like, and so, you know, his stuff, him saying, "How are you?" His stuff mattered, but the way that he engaged with her, he didn't respect her stuff. You know, like maybe he had a death in the family. Maybe his parent passed away the week before as well, but he showed up to streaming and he was trying to use that as a distraction. And all of a sudden she mentions that and he is just like, whoa, thrown. And, you know, that could, I mean, that probably didn't happen, but we don't know his life. We don't know his situation. And so I think that that's just important to recognize, like, we just all got stuff. Um, I'm behind on the chat, so give me a second. Yay, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Um, let's see. Alas, I feel like how are you is just something people say in place of hi, and they don't actually want to know how you are. Ooh, we're gonna talk about that when we're like in the game, because I want to come back to that. That's a big deal. Alas, I've heard someone say something like, "Do you mind taking this conversation to the Discord?" Yes, yes. I think that's a good conversation to have if you are able to have it. But truly, if you don't have the space for it, don't make yourself have the space for it. Um, like, I think that as a streamer, there is responsibility, like, on your show and for your community. But also, if it's out of your scope, give people resources. You know, share therapy resources. Have a list of resources in your Discord and on your websites and things like that to say, like, here are some resources if you're feeling these things. I can totally be a listening ear for you, but I cannot offer these things. Like, I can't offer advice. I can't offer whatever these things are. And be clear about that, because often when we hear people's stuff, we feel like responsible. Like, sometimes we feel responsible to do something with it, and we are not. So I think that that's important to remember for those of you, you know, who are just kind of listening and you know, processing this. I've heard someone say, "Do you mind taking?" Okay, that's what I already read. If I was worried it might not be good for public, I might say, "Missed you. Hope you're okay. Talk to you on Discord if you aren't some." Okay, yes, exactly, Serafina, exactly. Truly, I think these are all great responses, and I think that it would be a really great idea for, um, if this is like guilty stuff, but I'm like, we could totally have more conversations about this, because I think that a lot of people struggle with like when it comes to what to say when people are in the chat and don't know what to say. So like having some sort of like script or like go-tos can be super helpful. When you're deep in grief, it's hard to reach out to others. In fact, it's super easy to just push people away. The fact that she took that step to not just come into his chat, but to say what she's been going through, he betrayed her trust in a huge way. You are so right, Rose. You are so absolutely right. And I appreciate your thoughts on that, because truly it is hard. It's already hard to be vulnerable, and it's already hard, and especially when she's a member of their community. Like, she was a member of his community, and it is such a breach in trust. Truly a breach in trust to just like feel like you're open to talk about things, and but when you do, you're truly punished. Truly. That so Mickey, you said, as someone that has had a lot of therapy, I learned that you need to feel empathy but not take it personally. Yes, yes. Oh, I love that so much, Mickey. Feeling the empathy but not like taking it on as something that is personally your responsibility. I think that's huge. Hey, Polly. Happy to meet you on this train. I hope your day is going well. Thank you. I hope your day is going well too. I saw you played Oh my gosh, Polly. Mm, let me just say, yeah. So for those of you who didn't know, on Tuesday I played Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time ever. I have no experience with Baldur's Gate. I have no experience with D&D, none whatsoever. That was a journey. And we will continue the journey next Tuesday at 8 p.m. We're not going to be up super early like we are today. 8 p.m. though. Excuse me, sorry, I had to pause for a second. 8 p.m. Let's talk about the things. Let's talk about Baldur's Gate. And in the guild, we can talk about it because, oh my gosh, I am shook. We are specifically looking at Baldur's Gate from a like therapeutic lens, and we're looking at the characters and the dynamics. So I'm really excited to like do that. But the first time playing, it was like mind blown. Like how are we doing this? This is a lot. I can't focus on all these things at once. So it is, I'm so glad you're here. So glad you were able to make it on the train. Super cool. So Mickey said, I've been looking for a new therapist, and honestly, I feel like your stream is more helpful than a one-on-one session. Mickey, I love that, and I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad you shared that. Thank you so much for that, because that's a huge compliment, truly. I have the exclamation point find a therapist, and on my website, heymjheart.com, I have a list of therapy resources for people looking for a therapist. It's so hard. It's so hard to find a therapist because you're like, who am I clicking with? What it like it really is. However, do not give up. It's one of those things where you have to kind of shop around. Like you got to go with your gut. You have to shop around. You can't just go to, like you go to the first person and you're like, I'm not feeling this. You don't have to stay. I will say if you're not, you got to be real with yourself about why you're not feeling it. Are you not feeling it because you're feeling challenged? Are you not feeling it because they're making you uncomfortable in the good way uncomfortable, like you need to grow, or if they're making you uncomfortable in the not so good way, like absolutely not. So like trust your gut on that. I love that these topics are being discussed here. Thank you so much, Game Mistress, and I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you share your community and also the train with me. So you said not the not the fun punish. Yes. I would have gotten an unfollow from me. I want a real community from people, not fake concern like that. That is real. That is truly real. Because we hear about, again, like, you know, communities falling apart. And I'm telling y'all, I'm kind of like newbie when it comes to Twitch. Like I've been on here for like a year as far as like not a viewer, but like a streamer. And so I'm noticing as, you know, a viewer and a streamer, like, ooh, okay, these people, like, you know, you feel that. You feel the, like, um, I'd say connection, but also authenticity when people show that. And you don't need to be in spaces that you don't feel comfortable in, period. Hey, Jen, welcome in. Jen is online. I appreciate you being here. You said, I'm so glad you're talking about it. It's so interesting. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all that you've done with this train. Shout out to Jen here. Thank you for just all of the things because this is a complicated. I imagine this is complicated. I'm currently trying to do my dissertation, trying to finish it, and I'm like, okay, I gotta put this piece together, and y'all have put this like raid train together. And I'm mind blown. I'm like, I was just telling my husband last night, I wish they could like help me with my my dissertation. Help me write my dissertation because they are efficient. Oh, thank you so much, Mickey, for the tag. Sounds like a YouTube channel, you know. Yes, finding a good therapist is like dating. Truly, truly. And if you don't find one, they don't have an opening for 6 months. True. It is absolutely true. Welcome in those who are coming in. My name is MJ. I am a therapist, and we've been talking about therapy things here, but also a gamer, and I like to bring those two things together. We're going to get back to the game shortly, but actually, yes, we're gonna get back to the game shortly just to finish up this quest probably, and then we'll have a little bit more time to chat, and then we're gonna make it to the next station, I'm sure. Um, so I have a couple of tips. You said the internet guy is here. Oh yes, lurk. Feel free to lurk. Get your internet fixed, Mickey. um, so I okay. Let me make sure my. Hold on one second, because I think my mod went to had something to do. So I'm going to shout out myself. Okay. So, I wanted to, and we can get back to the game. Let's get back to the game screen so we can finish this, and I will share tips about. First of all, we said we were gonna talk about tips about finding a therapist, but there was also like being like saying hi, not really meaning it. Let's talk about those couple things. Peach, welcome in. How are you today, Peach? We are about to finish this conversation with the group of people here in Genshin, and then we're gonna complete our conversation about mental health
She
stuff.
really is a child of freedom. Mondstadt is a romantic city without the reign of a king, and its citizens enjoy the most freedom amongst the 7 nations. I hope the dragon that once protected Mondstadt will soon be free too. No one should have deceived him by telling him that Mondstadt betrayed him. And no one should have told him that it was his eternal duty to protect the city. He has the right and freedom to choose his own way of life.
Hey.
Venti?
Well then, traveler, may the thousands of years of wind that have blown through Mondstadt go with you. Just like the last time, I shall channel animal energy for you.
Oh, no wonder you said his voice sounds familiar.
That is funny. Peach, you're like, Venti is my fave, and Mickey's like, Venti's so annoying. You know what? Oh wait, that's not what I was looking for. I have to go to the statue here. There we go. So I love that there are all these different opinions. We were talking about Venti earlier and about the like defense mechanisms, and it feels like Venti is like he uses Venti uses humor to get through, which oh my gosh, Paimon's voice. You know what? Paimon, I love Paimon's voice, but also there are times where I'm like, Paimon, can you please? Can you please? Because this is a... No! Don't die! Don't die! Okay. Wow, that was stressful. Let me go back to this spot, actually. Let me go back to that spot and go from there. And no, I'm gonna not do this quest right now. We're gonna walk around as we talk because we can go here. I'm gonna walk around and talk because we got a couple of things. The first thing, oh, welcome in. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jespy. Oh, same as you, Al. You use humor to get through. I feel you. I use intellect and logic, which is hard in relationships, like, because it's like, oh, let's talk about the facts, but it's like, wait, I think these are facts, but they're actually not facts. They're emotional facts, which are still facts, but also not at the right time. Okay, so tip for finding a therapist. So I think one good spot to look is psychologytoday.com. Psychology Today, you can put your zip code in, you can put your country in, I believe, and you can search for a therapist, and you can, tell people or look at the people, and they can tell you like what they do, what they specialize in. Man, I will say there are some really horrible therapists out there, truly. However, You won't know that from Psychology Today because they don't have reviews and everything. So a tip might be to Google them, look them up on, in other places and just see like, what are they, maybe they have a website, maybe they, share that. Maybe they have Google like, oh, thank you. I'm going to turn it off and then see if I can turn it back on. There we go. Okay. There we go. Uh-oh. Now it's like turned on, but like the shutter speed is looking wild. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Ian, Peach, Al, look at y'all. I appreciate it. You agree. Psychology Today is great. Yes, it really is. It really is because you have so many people you can choose from. I will say contact them. You can contact them from the Psychology Today site, but always look at their website if they have one. Because sometimes it takes a long time to get in. There's a wait list. There's therapists truly are burnt out, like, and honestly, it might be they have their own practice, and like right now I have my own practice and a little low when it comes to the like staff support. So yeah, it's a lot to have to like hold all of that stuff and then also do administrative tasks and everything. And so be hopeful, check their website, and they might have a option, like they might have an option for you to schedule online. And if you do that, or like, if you can do that, feel free, please do, and that can get you an appointment pretty quickly. Other thing, I would say getting a consultation is a big deal. If you can get a free consultation, do that and like let them know, hey, I'm interested in your practice, or I'm interested in you seeing you as a therapist, and I would love to have a consultation. So you sit down with them and talk with them for like 30 minutes, whether that's on the phone or telehealth, like on video or in person. 15 minutes isn't a good enough time frame to know if they're going to be the most effective therapist, but it's a good like time frame to kind of get a chance to get the vibe on them, because if the vibe is off, you're probably going to know. You're probably going to be like, this is not feeling right. This is not feeling right. Peach, you say you can also filter for specific specialties issues. Exactly. If you, like we talked about neurofeedback today, we talked about EMDR today. If you want EMDR or neurofeedback, you just go to one of those filters. Say I'm looking for a therapist in my area who has who has this training or this ability to, this specialty. It'll show up. So Psychology Today is a really good it's a good resource. Sometimes 15 minutes is enough time to know they're not the right one. That is very true. That is very true. There's one thing I will say about depending on where you live. So let me just say, in Kansas City, I'll use Kansas City for an example because I lived there for a long time. I don't live there now. I don't currently live there. But most of the therapists there did not accept insurance. And there were a lot that did accept insurance, but most of the people in the circles that I, was a part of did not accept insurance, which I get why, because like insurance truly, I kid you not, is a nightmare on both ends. It's a nightmare on the client's end. It's a nightmare on like your end, on the therapist end. However, there are people who do accept insurance because they want a certain, they want to be able to serve a population who has to use their insurance for work or for whatever reasons, which is understandable. Like currently I accept certain insurances. So with that, I will say in Kansas City, if you found a therapist who accepted your insurance, it is likely, and this might be, just take it with a grain of salt, because again, I'm not giving professional advice here in this moment. More than likely, you won't find a really good therapist who takes your insurance, because they're probably taking, they probably, because they have to take insurance, or they do take insurance, they have a lot going on. They have a lot of input. And so, not saying that they're a bad therapist, but they probably have a huge caseload. And so, because they have a huge caseload, it's probably not, it's going to be harder to have the therapist who is able to have time to gather themselves, to take care of themselves. And you want a therapist who takes care of themselves, because if they take care of themselves, then they have space to hold space for you. Hey Clay, welcome in. How are you doing today? How are things? I was just looking through your panels and saw your Myers. Oh my gosh, fellow INTJ. Hey Peach. I'm so sorry. I love Myers-Briggs, and I love the Enneagram. I am a fellow INTJ. Friends, what are y'all's Myers-Briggs, if you know it? I am super excited that we share INTJ love. Yeah, I love that. But yeah, so just using Kansas City as an example, Architects Unite, yes. Kansas City is one example where you're probably gonna have a harder time finding a really good therapist who accepts your insurance. It's not impossible, not impossible at all, but it's a lot harder because most of them do not take insurance. Same for a lot of people. Some people don't take insurance because they don't have to, and that's perfectly fine. I really don't judge anybody who doesn't, because man, it is a mess sometimes. But there are times where you can find people that do. And if you don't have insurance, you might be able to find a sliding scale. Again, that's another tip. If they're not saying, if you look and you see their fee per hour is $150 an hour, maybe they have a sliding scale. You can say, hey, I am a content creator, and or whatever it might be, and I'm looking for a therapist, and I cannot afford this, and so I would love to see you. And be kind. Please be kind when you reach out to them about that, because we get criticized all the time for our costs, our fees, but everybody is in different places, so you never know what they're going through as far as finances, and why they charge a certain thing or why they don't charge a certain thing. So just say, hey, yeah, I would love to see you for therapy, but I won't be able to afford the hourly rate. Do you have sliding scale opportunities? Do you have scholarship opportunities? Do you have, reduced rate slots? If you send them a message and say that, then it could possibly be that they do. Ooh, let's not go over here. It could be possible that they do have that available, and you could totally receive that. But sometimes they don't advertise it on their websites. Ian, you said mine is INFJ. Yay! INFJ. Whoop whoop. ENFJ. But you think INFJ is more accurate? Okay, I see you. L has some general stress, childhood PTSD, and grief I need to work through. So, and I'm an INFJ. Honestly, I feel like check out EMDR. I feel like first look it up. Check that out, because that is super effective when working with childhood trauma. I work a lot with childhood trauma and psychodrama. Have y'all ever heard of psychodrama? Ooh, Enneagram type 6, wing 7. Ooh, my mom is a 6. That's my secondary type. On the exam, it is I think the Enneagram Institute. I took that one. I think it's $12. I got 6 was my second one, but I am indeed a 1. I am a 1. I hate it, but I love it, but I hate it. So, psychodrama is a type of therapy that is... Oh, wait. Let me see if I can freeze her. Okay. So, ooh, one is a good thing you said. Thank you. Thank you. I struggle being a one sometimes because it's like literally cringy to me. Um, I've accepted it more, but I'm like, oh, one issues. One issues bother me. I hate it because I thought I was a five. I'm like, ooh yeah, I'm a five. Of course I'm a five. You know,
Come a little
I like facts and things. Nah, I'm an emotional one. And I think it accurately describes you. Oh, you can tell so far, Ian? Man, I love that you're like well versed in the Enneagram so much that you can tell. But I think it comes with a lot of weight. Definitely. It definitely does. Um, yeah, I feel, and the funny thing is, let me just say, when you write a bio as a therapist, when you write a bio and the clients read it, you're probably going to attract certain people that see that bio. So, tell me why most of my clients are also ones on the Enneagram. I've had a couple of INTJs, which is really cool. And the INTJs are like
Bet you can't keep up with me.
these guys who have like, you know, just are logic, like just full of logic, basically like where is emotion, what is emotion, and I'm like, okay, I can work with you. Let's talk about emotion and how logical it is to have emotion. um but yeah, like I have so many ones that are um chose me as their therapist. I'm like, man, like, well, we chose each other because like we get a say as well. But they reached out to me and I'm like, oh yeah, let's have a conversation. I don't normally ask people before like what's your Enneagram type, but like during therapy, I'm like, oh gosh, why is this so familiar? Okay, work on counter transference. Make sure that that's not, we ain't doing all of that. But also, I'm just seeing the same patterns, and I'm like, these are things that I too have experienced, or I understand it is an experience because I'm familiar with the Enneagram, and I get that one struggle in this way. The Mav Show, welcome in. How are you? Um, you said I haven't taken the test, but I think I'm also one. Oh, Peach, we here then. We here. We here. And is it Peach or Peachy? What do you prefer? Mickey, you said, oh, figuring out yours. Okay. I always recommend the Enneagram Institute. Why is she doing that? The Enneagram Institute is, I should probably teleport somewhere closer. Let's go there. The Enneagram Institute has like the Enneagram test, and I think it's about $12, but I feel like it's a super accurate test. And for whatever reason, if you don't feel like, oh yeah, this feels like it fits me, then like, you decide that for yourself, but it at least gives you like the breakdown and like descriptions on what is each one, an accurate description. So I think it's super helpful. um Good morning. Good morning. Peach or Peachy, you're both fine. Great. Okay. So, how are you doing, the Mav Show? What's up? We are here talking about therapy things and also playing Genshin Impact. So, oops. Okay, there we go. I want to kind of explore the other areas, but I do not want to run into drama on the way. I'm chilling. Um, okay. Hope the stream was good. We are due at our next. Oh my goodness. Okay, y'all. Okay, we are. Let me go to. Let's change the thing to just chatting here. Okay. I am super excited because we get to go to Gray Overcast. Gray Overcaster. So I am super excited to go over there because they are an artist, and I'm ready for the art. I'm loving the art. Excited about the art. So let's get ready to go. Copy that raid message, and we're good to go right now. Aretha, is that at the moment? Cause we can end this and get ready. Um, Choo choo, yes, yes. And all of these conversations, let's continue them if, in the guild, or if you'd like to join the Discord, exclamation point to Discord. I have really truly enjoyed y'all, like connecting with y'all today. I'm so excited for, um even more of these conversations in the guild and outside of the guild. Looking forward to it. Hey Crummy, welcome. Thanks for the exclamation point Discord. No worries, no worries. I'm glad you were able to make it, Peach. So let's go ahead and copy that. And let's go ahead and raid over to our friend here. So I am gonna go ahead and put it on the ending screen so we can raid over, and I can do that without y'all just staring at my face trying to click buttons. So it was so good to see y'all again. I'm MJ Hart. It was so great to hang out with y'all today. Looking forward to more conversations. Go ahead and give me a follow if you feel like it, if you want to continue these conversations later. And I will see y'all next time. So, talk to you later. Copy the rate message. Let's go over. Uh oh. Let's shoot. There we go.